And hello, everybody, and welcome to Mount Tahoma High School in Tacoma for the WIAA Network's coverage of the Washington State Track and Field Meet, brought to you by the Washington Dairy Farmers and Les Schwab Tires. Carl Klick and Mike Brown here to bring you the events on this Thursday evening. We're going to start it off with the preliminaries in the girls 4x200 relay, 2 laps around. This is the 2A division, and the heat we're going to watch now is the first of 2. Lane 1 is Lindbergh, lane 2 White River, lane 3 Renton, in the middle of the track lane 4 Seaholm, lane 5 is Black Hills, lane 6 Deer Park, lane 7 is Prosser, and in the outside lane 8 WF West out of Chehalis. And this is your 4x200 girls 2A prelim. The top 3 teams from each heat move on, and the top 2 best times move on to the final as well. This is a 3-stagger relay, 3-turn stagger. So the teams will be running in their own lanes for the first 3 lanes, first 3 turns, and they can crash in towards that inside rail after that. There will be 200 meters before the first handoff for participants in the relay, of course, and 2 laps around for these teams. In lane 4, Seaholm won this event last year in a record time of 1:42.74, and they had the fastest time coming into this heat. We are at the mark and waiting for the gun to start off the 2A first preliminary for the girls 4x200 meter relay. Seaholm finished first last year. Prosser in lane 7 finished second, and Lindbergh in lane 1 finished third. And we're off, but we have a false start, and that is not good. By rule, a false start eliminates the team, eliminates the participant. So we'll keep an eye and see if the starter removes one team from its lane. That's really sad to happen in our first event and for a relay team, because if an athlete jumps, it takes the whole team out of the race, obviously. We'll keep an eye on the officials to see what their decision is. And they are taking Prosser out of lane 7, and that is really tough for that young woman and for the Prosser relay team. So we're down to 7 teams in this heat, and again, the top 3 move on to the final, plus the next 2 best times. So we have a whistle and athletes to their marks.
And Carl, I have to think that that's not good for everybody else either, a false start, because it kind of makes the nerves go up a little bit higher as well.
Either that or it keeps everybody in the blocks until they hear the gun. A tough break for Prosser High School here in the 2A girl 4x200 meter relay. It's our first event here at the Washington State Track Meet on Thursday afternoon. And a fair start, 2 laps around, 3 exchanges. And again, it is a 3-turn stagger, so it really will be difficult to see who is out front. But you can always tell by the exchange who turns that baton over to the second runner first is going to be out front. And the first exchange on the far corner. And they come around the home stretch. In lane 3 is Renton. In lane 5 is Black Hills. In lane 6 is Deer Park. The second exchange. At lane 4 is Seaholm out front. Again, they had the fastest time coming in, the defending state champs. In second, in the red and black. It could be Renton. Again, it's Seaholm out front. They exchange first. But they have a lot of trouble on that far turn. Here comes the anchor leg around the corner.
Now they can go to any lane, Carl.
Seaholm leads. Black Hills second. Deer Park third. Those will be the three qualifiers. 1:43.48 the time. So it's Seaholm, Black Hills, and Deer Park are the first three. And we'll have to wait to see how the other times do. 1:43.48 for Seaholm. That's a little less than a second off those girls' best time. And that's the first of our prelims. It is hard to see who's leading that race until the very end because of the stagger, but the Seaholm kids were way out front from that first exchange.
But we are underway here at Mount Tahoma High School. A long way to go, but the meet finally underway, and I know some of the nerves are starting to get settled down a little bit as the meet is finally underway. We just heard Carl call the 2A preliminary. That is the first of two heats for the 2A. We're going to have a second one coming up here in just a moment, and it's going to feature another 8 teams, another 8 schools, and those 8 go like this: North Mason, Linden, Bellingham, Cheney, North Kitsap, River Ridge, Blaine, and West Valley. So those are the 8 schools that will be represented in the second of the 2 heats for the girls 2A 4x200 meter relay. And we're going to have the same thing happening with 3A and 4A coming up after this second heat for the 2A level. In this particular group, the best time posted coming into today's finals, or at least today's meet, is by Bellingham. They come in at 1 minute 44.12 seconds, closely followed by Cheney, and they will be in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. And the schools I mentioned, the 8 schools, will be in lanes 1 through 8 respectively, as I initially read them off. So the runners getting their warm-ups in right now. And once again, let's read the 8 schools that are in Heat 2 of this preliminary for the girls 2A. North Mason in lane 1, then Linden, Bellingham, and Cheney. And then the other 4 are North Kitsap in lane 5, River Ridge, Blaine, and West Valley in lane number 8. It's kind of exciting to have this underway simply because relays are always a little bit tricky, Carl, and you always like to see if there's clean exchanges. And I think for the most part we saw that in the very first heat that you just called.
Well, and Seaholm won running away and had a very bad exchange, and so they know they can get faster. You mentioned the time of Bellingham. It's going to be running out of lane 3 here, Mike, with the best time in this heat of 1:44.12. That's more than a second and a half slower than that Seaholm team's qualifying time. So everybody's going to be chasing Seaholm tomorrow, and we'll see which 3 advance out of this heat. And remember, it's the top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 fastest times.
And I think Carl already mentioned once that Seaholm, the Seaholm girls, are the defending state champions, and obviously off to a good start in this year's meet as well. Carl mentioned that the meet record for this event is 1 minute 42.74 seconds. And that is pretty darn good, set by Seaholm last year. So they're off to a good start trying to defend their title. And let's see if any one of these 8 schools can kind of make it look like they're ready to challenge Seaholm for this particular event. Once again, this is just the preliminaries. The top 8 teams will advance, the top 3 from each heat, plus the 2 fastest times other than that. Right now, the runners are getting in the blocks, and we are just about ready to go here in the second preliminary heat for the girls 4x200 meter relay. There we go. And they're off. Once again, 2 times around the track, 3 exchanges among the teams, as there's 4 members of each particular high school's team. We're around the first turn completely. The field coming down the stretch on the far side, and now we'll start seeing the first exchange among the teammates. And here we go. Looks like all 8 exchanges are made cleanly. after the final exchange, that's when runners can move into the inside lane and go into any lane they want, essentially. Of course, they go for the inside lane. Coming down the home stretch on the end of the first turn, here comes the second exchange among the girls. And it appears in lane 3, Bellingham is living up to their good time that they had coming into this and seems to be taking a pretty sizable lead after the second exchange. Followed closely, or somewhat closely, by Cheney and North Kitsap. Getting ready for the third exchange now, and here we go. Uh-oh. Looks like we had a little trouble out there on that final exchange. And now this is where things could get interesting. It looks like Bellingham is in the lead, followed closely by, that appears to be North Kitsap. Here we come down the stretch now, and it looks like it's going to be Bellingham in first as they come across the finish line in just under 1 minute and 45 seconds. And we'll get the final results here in just a moment.
And Mike Bellingham had that bad exchange, but still came out on top. So they know they can run faster in the final tomorrow. Second place, North Kitsap in the purple.
Okay.
We know that.
All right, so the top 3 finishers from each of those 2 heats will move on to the final, along with the top 2 times among the other teams that didn't finish in the top 3 of each of those.
Yeah.
Coming up next will be the 3A heats for the girls. And let's see if we can take a look here, Carl, at the bad exchange on the final.
Yeah, and that lead runner has to slow down, and then they have a little collision. You got to hope they stayed in their lane when that happened, because if they step out in the lane and they get in trouble, then they could be disqualified. So that's Bellingham out front. Being closely around the corner comes North Kitsap. We'll try to pick out the third place finisher there.
Boy, you can see Bellingham. They, even after the gap had narrowed by so much, they then extended it again, coming down the home stretch, and ended up still winning the race. And they will move on, and I'm sure they're going to work on that between today and tomorrow.
So that was Cheney. Mike Cheney took third at 1:45.62. River Ridge was fourth, so they'll wait with their time to see if they can get one of those fastest times. So we know the qualifiers are from the first heat, Seaholm, Black Hills, Deer Park. In the second heat, Bellingham, North Kitsap, and Cheney, and waiting for the 2 other qualifiers in that event. So we've had 2 teams, with bad exchanges, still win their heats. Those 2 teams are going to know we can do better tomorrow in the final.
And that can't be all that easy, too. I know they practice it a lot, but still, when you get into the heat of the battle out there on the track, you're trying to stay in your lane while at the same time making that exchange. And it's easy. We didn't see any drops, which would eliminate a team immediately. But luckily for them, everybody at least held on. And for the ones who had the bad exchanges, they still ended up winning anyway.
Yeah, and that relay, there's less importance on the exchange as there is in the 4x100.
Oh,
you make a mistake there and you're done.
Yep, because it's just so much shorter.
So we have the whistle now to bring runners to their marks in the girls 4x200 relay 3A division. And so here are the schools in heat number 1. Timberline in lane 1, they're in the green. Kennedy's in lane 2, Kennedy in red and white. Lakeside in lane 3 in the maroon. Shorecrest in lane 4 in green. Kamiakan, the defending champs at the 3A, running in lane 5. Lane 6 is Lakes High School, that's orange and blue. Mount Spokane is in lane 7. And on the outside, lane 8, Columbia River High School out of Vancouver. Again, this is the 4x200 relay. 2 laps around, 3 exchanges. It is a 3-turn stagger, so the teams will run in their lane all the way till that final exchange. And we'll remind you, there is no tolerance for false starts. False start eliminates you and your team. We saw that in one of the two-way prelims.
Yeah, we saw that with Prosser in the very first heat, very first start, and boom, somebody got knocked out, and unfortunately for Prosser, it was them.
So the top three finishers will move on to the finals from this heat, and the top three from each heat plus the two fastest times. Again, Kamayakan running in lane 5, the defending state champs. Last year, Nathan Hale was second. Highline was second. Nathan Hale was third. Those two schools are running in the second heat. All right, runners to their marks. They held him in the blocks for a long time, but we have a fair start. Around the first turn, Lakes in lane 6 in the orange and blue makes up a stagger in that first turn. Easily ahead. And now watch the exchanges on the far corner. Lakes takes the baton first. Mount Spokane in the blue running well around this turn. Again, they have not made up the stagger. So in the blue is Mount Spokane, Lakes in orange and blue, and then coming up the defending state champs Kamayakan in red in the middle of the track. Here's our second exchange, 400 meters to go. Lakes is off and Kamayakan is off. And now in the green coming up in lane 4 is Shorecrest. This one's going to be close, but Kamayakan now extends the lead on the backside. Again, defending state champs. Their time coming in here is about 3 seconds faster than all the other qualifiers. So in the red, Kamayakan makes the exchange, and it's the final turn, but Shorecrest give it a run in the inside. And now they break to the rail. That's Kamayakan 1, Shorecrest 2. The battle for 4 is going to be close. Mount Spokane in blue, and coming up on the outside trying to get that last spot is Lakeside, but you see Kamayakan winning. It's going to be Shorecrest 2, Mount Spokane 3, and coming in fourth, Lakeside, the time of 1:43.63 for Kamayakan. About a second and a half off that squad's best time. Kamayakan 1, Shorecrest 2, Mount Spokane 3. We'll wait to see if Lakeside gets in on time.
That was real good kick by Kamayakan down the stretch. The gap really narrowed around the final turn there, Carl, and then she really put on a burst of speed in that final 100.
Here we go. Here's the last two legs, and here's that exchange. And you're going to watch Shorecrest in the green get the baton first or at the same time. And she picks up speed in a hurry. I'm thinking Kamayakan's sandbagging a little bit there. She's waiting so she can finish off, because when they hit the straight, she runs away, and then the race is for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, right there, you see her turn on a burst of speed, and she's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. She was being pushed.
Yeah.
I think she just took off.
And the battle for second is close. Again, they want to get in the top 3 because that automatically qualifies you for the final. And it finished Shorecrest 2, Mount Spokane 3. Lakeside a really good time. They probably can get in with that fourth place finish.
Well, all depends what happens in the next heat, of course. Nice job, Carl. We will move on to the second of the 2 preliminary heats for the girls 3A level in the 4x200 meter relay. And I'm expecting another good race here. We've had some pretty good ones to get this meet off to a very good start here on this Thursday afternoon. First of 3 days, by the way, that the meet will be going on here at Mount Tahoma High School, and we will have coverage of all 3 days for you here on the WIAA network website. So let's see, moving on to the second heat, we have in lane 1, Seattle Prep out of Seattle, of course. Nathan Hale, also a Seattle school. Shadle Park out of Spokane. Then it's Highline out of Burien, followed by Bainbridge in lane 5. Oak Harbor over on Whidbey Island making it to this year's meet. Cleveland High School out of Seattle, and then Woodrow Wilson out of Tacoma in lane 8. Those are the final 8 schools in the 3A level girls that'll be trying to qualify for tomorrow.
Last year, Highline in lane 4 was second, and Nathan Hale in lane 2 was third.
Wow. Well, that should make up for a pretty good matchup here, because some of those girls are probably back from last year. Coming into this particular heat, it looks like it is Bainbridge that has the best time overall at 1 minute 44.68 seconds. And that is second best of all 16 schools that are in the 3A finals. That includes the first heat that Carl just described. So Bainbridge, with a very good team, they'll be racing in lane 5, running in the dark blue uniforms. So Seattle Prep, Nathan Hale, Shadle Park, and Highline, along with Bainbridge, Oak Harbor, Cleveland, and Woodrow Wilson in the second of the two 3A heats for the girls 4x200. The all-time record held by Rainier Beach, 1 minute 39.49 seconds. That's a full 5 seconds better than anybody's time. Check that. That is a full 3 seconds better than anybody's time coming into this particular year's finals. So Rainier Beach really doing it up in 2009 with that time. So runners are in the blocks and ready to get started. Once again, a staggered start, and they will have to remain in their respective lanes until after the third and final baton exchange. And they're off. Once again, the best time being held by Bainbridge coming into this particular heat among the 8 schools out there, and they're showing their might already. Bainbridge passing one of their fellow opponents. Now they're coming into the far turn, and the first exchange will be conducted right now. You can see some of those happening. And they all appear to be pretty clean right now. Still got 1 to go, and there they got it. And the girls coming around the near turn down into the home stretch to complete the first of 2 times around the track. Getting ready now for the second exchange. And now we see that being done right now in the near turn. Got 1 more exchange to go as they've gone around the track 1 full time now. Bainbridge the favorite. They are in lane 5. I'll tell you, Nathan Hale looking pretty good right now in lane number 2. You can see how they have a pretty sizable lead. They still have to make that 1 more exchange before they can collapse down into that inside lane. And there's the final exchange for Nathan Hale. They will be in the lead after the final baton exchange. And Hale still with a healthy lead as the anchor leg is nearing its finish. Nathan Hale still hanging on to a sizable lead down the stretch, and it looks like it will be Nathan Hale that's going to come out on top in this preliminary heat. Followed closely by, it looks like, Seattle Prep perhaps, or maybe that was
Highline.
Highline right there. Thank you, Carl. So we'll get the final results up here in just a moment. But it is Nathan Hale really putting on a show here in this preliminary heat and earning a spot in tomorrow's finals.
Actually beating their best time of the year, or their qualifying time. They came in at 1:44.43, and that's about a second ahead of their best time. So I had Highline second, Bainbridge third, and Shadle Park waiting on a time to see if they'll qualify.
All right. Well, we're going to try to get a replay up here for you to take a final look. You can see Nathan Hale here with quite a sizable lead coming around that final stretch. And Nathan Hale running in lane 2. Didn't have anywhere close to the top time coming on in. And Highline coming up behind along with Bainbridge.
Yeah, close for
who
third.
had the best. Yeah, that's a very close finish for
And
third.
we'll keep an eye on Shadle Park's time.
But it looked like Bainbridge finishing third, Highline just ahead.
Yeah, Mike, the time to beat for Shadle Park to qualify is 1:46.26. And we'll see when they get it up on the board. And that's by Kennedy from that first heat.
Okay. Okay.
So we know the automatic qualifiers from the first heat are Kamiakin, Shorecrest, and Mount Spokane. From the second heat, Nathan Hale, Highline, and Bainbridge. And Lakeside's
Kennedy,
in the running there, and
Shadle
Park are waiting for those extra times. They'll come up on the board. We'll pass them along to you really quick as we wait for the 4A classification relay 4x200 for girls coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, so we know for sure that we got from the last heat Nathan Hale, Highline, and Bainbridge. Those are the three that will automatically move on. And now we got the times coming. Shadle Park did finish in 4th.
Yeah, Shadle's time was 1:45.7, and from the first heat, Lakeside was 1:45.05. Those two teams should make it on time for the finals, which are Saturday in the 4x200 for the girls. And again, we're waiting for the 4A preliminaries, 2 of those as well. We can mention, you can kind of see a busy track here at Mount Tahoma. You can see the high jump pit there in the left corner of your screen. We have the girls 3A high jump going on. Yeah, it should be underway right now. Other field events happening here on Thursday. These are all finals. Are the girls javelin, boys pole vault, girls discus, boys shot put, boys long jump, girls triple jump. But I should get the classifications in there for you. 2A girls javelin, 3A boys pole vault, 4A girls discus, 4A boys shot put, 3A girls high jump, 2A boys long jump, and 4A girls triple jump. We saw one of the girls high jump participants going in there right now. That's a long competition. They have a lot of kids all trying to make their heights.
And like I said, those are all finals today, so they'll be going to be crowning some champions, 8 in the field events. And then we do have several on the track that'll be finals as well, which will be coming up later on here today.
All right, here we are in the starters block now. This is the girls 4x200 meter relay 4A classification, and getting set to run. In lane 1 is Evergreen out of Vancouver in the dark black uniforms. Then in lane 2 is Emerald Ridge. They'll be running in green and black. Lane 3, Richland in the green and yellow horizontal striped jerseys. Lane 4 is Issaquah in purple. Lane 5, Kentwood in a dark green and black. Lane 6 is Arlington in the white. Lane 7 is Cascade out of Everett. They're in maroon. And in lane 8 is Kent Meridian in. Kentwood is the defending state champs in this race. The top qualifier, Issaquah, in lane 4. Issaquah was 4th last year, and in this heat, Kent Meridian was 5th. And we're off. Fair start. Here we go. 4x200 relay, 4A girls. 2 laps around. Again, difficult to see who's ahead because of the 3-turn stagger, but it looks like Arlington in lane 6 in the white and black getting off to a good start. Also in lane 4 in purple is Issaquah. Here's our first exchange on the far turn. Good exchange by Kent Meridian in the blue. Those 3 schools coming around first, but again, they still have a stagger to make up. That's Arlington in white and black, Cascade in the maroon. Middle of the track is Issaquah that came in with the best time. One more exchange before we head the second lap. Issaquah is taking the lead now. You can see them out front in lane 4 in the purple. Everybody else chasing the Issaquah relay team. Second lap, and now an exchange on the far side before the anchor leg. Issaquah in purple, but on the inside is Emerald Ridge in green and black, and they will exchange first. It's going to be a race between Emerald Ridge and Issaquah. Here they come around a corner. It's those two. Issaquah to the lead. Emerald Ridge is second. Kentwood is third. Arlington fourth. It's going to be close at the finish as Emerald Ridge tries to come from behind. So does Kentwood. Look at that.
Oh, and
Kentwood dropped the baton.
And then someone got tripped up. It looked like Issaquah got tripped up after the finish there.
Yeah, it was Issaquah and Emerald Ridge finishing 1-2. Arlington got third. Kentwood was going to win it, but dropped the baton at the end. Now, she tried to split those two runners, and you can only imagine she probably hit somebody's elbow. And if you don't get there without the baton, you don't cross the finish line, and it doesn't count. So we'll take a look at the end. And again, Kentwood, the defending champs.
It looked like Kentwood would have won that race had there been enough room between the two other finishers there up front. Those being Issaquah and I believe it was Arlington.
Yeah, a great anchor leg for Kentwood, making up a lot of ground.
Emerald Ridge,
She's in third right now.
Yep.
That's Issaquah in purple, and Emerald Ridge is going to take the lead. And now the Kentwood runner chooses to go between. The tragedy here, Mike, is finishing third still gets you in the final, but as she goes through, she drops that baton. It's Emerald Ridge 1, Issaquah 2.
And the girl from
and
Issaquah
Arlington
taking a
came
bad
in
spill.
3 to qualify in the white, and it looked like in the fourth place spot there was Cascade out of Everett. So that is really a heartbreaker for Kentwood.
Yeah, that really is, because she had a strong kick down the stretch there. And
so
it looked like she was going to overtake
under
the other two girls.
144 for Emerald Ridge.
So Arlington will get the third place spot.
So the key time there for Cascade Everett was 1:46.37 in fourth place. They'll see if that time holds up. And the defending state champs out of Kentwood not going to make the finals in that race. You can see the girls there consoling each other. Oh, and again, the lesson learned is you don't got to win the prelim. You just got to finish in the top 3.
Yep, exactly. Because you can, when it really counts is then when you can make those kinds of decisions. And that would be on Saturday. Hey, Carl, we could pass along the official finishes from our very first event, and that was the girls 4x200 2A level meter relay. So let's give you the official 8 that will be moving on to Saturday. It begins with Seaholm, the defending champs, followed by Bellingham, North Kitsap, Black Hills, Cheney, Deer Park, River Ridge, and Linden. Those 8 teams will move on to the final on Saturday.
And now for the girls 4x200 meter relay 3A official, Kamiakin qualifies along with Nathan Hale, Shorecrest, Highline, Mount Spokane, and then on Bainbridge, and then on time, Lakeside and Shadle Park are the other 2 qualifiers for the final that's on Saturday. Now we have one more relay prelim coming up for the 4A girls 4x200.
All right, well, let's run down those 8 teams, excuse me, that will be on the track for this final preliminary. And by the way, coming up after this will be the boys 110-meter hurdle. So we're going to have a much different event coming up right after this one. The 8 teams in this second heat will be in lane 1, Gig Harbor. In lane 2 is Inglemoor. And moving across the track, Skyline, Wenatchee, Curtis, Federal Way, Skyview, and Joel Ferris High School. So again, Gig Harbor, Inglemoor, Skyline, Wenatchee. In lane 5, it's Curtis, then Federal Way, Skyview, and Joel Ferris High School. Final heat of the girls 4A, 4x200 meter relay. Got some clouds kind of covering things up above, and some pretty sunny conditions to get this meet underway. And I don't know this morning, Carl, where you were, but when I got up, it didn't look like this was going to be a very fun day today, the way the rain was coming down in this area, but it kind of cleared up kind of nice. And I think each day is going to get better as we move through the weekend, much to the delight of the fans and the participants, I'm sure. If it was an indoor track meet, it really wouldn't matter too much, but here outside, it definitely can have an effect. All right, the runners are in their starting spots, hoping for a clean start here. We don't want anybody getting eliminated on a false start. Ready to go. And there's the gun, and they're off. we do have a clean start. The top team coming in among the 8 in this heat is Curtis High School in Tacoma at 143.94. We're coming up and preparing for the very first exchange of the batons. It's 2 times around in the 4x200. Looks like we got some pretty clean exchanges out there in the first of 3. Runners remaining in their starting lanes until after that third and final exchange. In lane 6 and looking pretty good out front anyway is Federal Way, but again there are 2 more exchanges to go, and they are in the staggered starts to begin. Here comes our second exchange now, right near the finish line, or what will be the finish line, and once again clean exchanges all the way around. Looks like Federal Way starting to put on a little bit of a kick. Excuse me, that would be Skyline. Now the girls on the far side coming down the stretch. Here we go on the third and final baton exchange as they hand it off to the anchor legs. We'll see things pick up here real quick. So here we come around on the final turn. Curtis battling it out down the stretch, and they've now taken the lead. Here we come in the final 100. And it looks like it's going to be Curtis coming across the finish line first. Couldn't pick up on who was second there, Carl. Maybe you can help me out a little bit.
Federal Way.
It might have been Federal Way, okay.
Wenatchee was third. And Jackson High School came in fourth, and we'll have to wait for the time.
Okay, so Curtis taking the first place spot in the heat right here, and they will definitely be moving on to the final on Saturday night. So the second of 2 heats for the girls 4A is complete. Curtis taking first, and we're going to get a little bit of another look at the final stretch here on this last heat.
I'll scratch that, Mike. Actually, Skyline was coming into that number 4 spot to keep an eye on the time to see who qualifies.
Well, here is the final exchange. And very clean all the way around on all 3 of them on this final heat.
That's Federal Way out front.
And you see Curtis will put on the kick here right around the stretch.
And remember, both those 2 are going to qualify by finishing first and second. It's number 3 that gets in automatically, and that's the race here between Wenatchee and the purple coming from behind. And now Skyline just gets beat to the wire.
A good chance
that
for
could have been a photo.
Yeah, good chance Skyline could be moving on. So we got the completion now of all the heats for all the classes in the girls 4x200. Taking a look now at one of the field events going on right now, and that is the boys long jump, and that is a final event. One of 8 finals among the field events going on. Carl mentioned them before. I'll just mention them again real quick. You got the 2A girls javelin, the 4A girls discus, the 3A girls high jump, and the 4A girls triple jump. Among the boys events, you have the 3A pole vault, also the 4A shot put, and the 2A long jump. So 3 boys events and 4 girls events.
Okay, Mike, we do have the official results are up on the screen now. We can give you the 2 timed qualifiers in the 4A for the 4x200 relay. Skyline made it in at 1:44.7, and Skyview out of Vancouver made it in at 1:46.05, edging out Cascade by 0.3 of a second. So your qualifiers for the relay final on Saturday are Emerald Ridge, Issaquah, Arlington, Curtis, Federal Way, Wenatchee, along with Skyview and Skyline coming out of that last heat. So that is our first batch of relay prelims. We're now getting ready for the boys 110-meter hurdles, and we have 2 heats for the 2A division. Probably about 5 minutes or so until we get to that start. You can see the the hurdles being set up on the near side of the track here at Mount Tahoma. The first of 3 days of action. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here at the Washington State Track and Field Meet. 2A, 3A, and 4A schools. We'll be back with the prelims for the 110-meter hurdles after this.
Hi, we're Chris
and Anna Groneveld, local dairy farmers from Monroe, Washington.
The Dairy Farmers of Washington, along with Les Schwab Tires, are proud co-title sponsors of the WIAA High School State Championships.
The Washington Interscholastic Activities Association supports high school programs and activities that keep our kids growing in mind and body.
Today's high school students will be some of tomorrow's community leaders, and we feel it is important to do our part in helping foster an appreciation of community, responsibility, teamwork, and sportsmanship in today's youth.
The WIAA helps provide those opportunities through athletic, artistic, and academic competition.
Please join the Dairy Farmers of Washington and Les Schwab Tires in supporting young people in your community by attending your local high school state championships.
For a complete list of events and activities in your area, visit WIAA.com.
So you can tell who's there.
Okay.
Are you ready for some hurdles? Here we go with the prelims coming up in the boys 110-meter hurdles. This is the 2A classification first, and it will follow by 3A and 4A. And again, this is a two-heat preliminary with the top 3 runners from each heat making the finals, and the top 2 times get added into that final as well. Carl Click and Mike Brown with you. We have a busy track here. If you can take a look at Mount Tahoma High School, a lot of athletes out on the infield getting ready to go. We do have field events going on all around as well. We got the pole vault on one end. We've got the high jump to the right of your screen, and then all the way across we have the triple jump and long jump going on. And away from the main track area are the throwing events. Right now the 2A girls javelin is being contested, along with the 4A girls discus, the 4A boys shot put. Cannot see those events from where we are here. Inside the track we do have the 3A boys pole vault and the 3A girls high jump, the 2A boys long jump, and the 4A girls triple jump. Try to keep track of those a little bit. There's some high jump action going on.
Have you ever tried any field events, Carl? Or at least picked up the apparatus at all?
I high jumped once in middle school and hit the bar, and that was it. There's a nice vault on the far side there.
Now that is something to behold, I think, pole vaulting. I mean, some of the world's best athletes are pole vaulters. I mean, you have to be in some incredible shape in order to be able to be successful at pole vaulting.
And we can take a quick look at the girls 3A high jump. If we get a nice close-up of this young woman, we'll know that might be Catherine Johnson of Camas. Yeah, it is. That's the big black and red C. So let's see how Catherine Johnson goes. She's cleared 5 feet before in the high jump, and she hit the bar there at 5 feet. And again, if you're not familiar with the field events, in the high jump you get 3 attempts at each height. You have to clear it in one of those 3 attempts to move on to the next height, and then they will move it up 2 inches until they get to half the field, and then they start moving it at 1-inch increments. And there's a long jump competition on the far side. That's the boys 2A long jump. Here comes another high jumper. And hit the bar again. Oh, the disappointment. And the pole vault on the far side. A good clear jump. Cannot see what height they are attempting to clear just yet. Unfortunately, they don't have the marker turned our direction. But we are waiting for the boys 2A 110-meter hurdles.
And while we're waiting, Carl, I can pass along the 8 finalists from the final heat in the girls 4x200 meter relay. This is at the 4A level. And Skyview did indeed get in. We were thinking that they might have a shot since they finished 4th in that last heat. Anyway, the top 4 go like this: Curtis, Emerald Ridge, Federal Way, Issaquah, Wenatchee, Arlington, Skyline, and Skyview. Those are the top teams advancing on to Saturday's final. Again, in the 4A level, girls 4x200 meter relay.
Oh, that's a beautiful view of those hurdles ready to get in the way of some really fast sprinters. It's 110 meters and 10 hurdles between you and the finish line. And usually give a little bit of extra time for the warm-up here so those guys can get their blocks set and get a little practice going over a hurdle or two.
I guess while we're waiting, Carl, we can mention that after the boys, we will have the girls 100 meter hurdles, and then our first final among the track events, and that will be the combined wheelchair 3,200 meters. So those are the next couple of things coming up.
The 110 meter hurdles, prelims tonight. The finals are tomorrow evening for this event. And so the starting crew will get these young men in their lanes and ready to go. We can now, let's get everybody here. In lane 1 in the white and black, Daniel Vaughn of Seahome. In the blue, lane 2, Craig Allen out of North Mason. Lane 3 is Christian Perez. He's a senior out of Quincy High School. Lane 4, the fastest qualifier in this heat is Victor Gamboa of Washington. Ian Earl, Seahome, lane 5. Travis Milbrandt, Mark Morris, lane 6. Evan McMartin, lane 7 of Ephrata, and lane 8 is Bo Summers of East Valley. There we go. 110 meter hurdles, 2A, prelim. In the middle is Gamboa out of Washington. Top 3 make the final. Close at the finish. That was Craig Allen of North Mason coming up on the inside to catch Gamboa. That was a close finish, Mike.
It was. Gamboa looked real smooth there in the first half of that 110 meters. But then coming up from behind, Craig Allen, he did a pretty good job in lane 2 and overtook him and got to the finish line first.
And the all-important third qualifier, we'll see what we get here and then watch the times of those other racers. Here's a replay. Gamboa right in the middle, takes off really quickly. Going to be chased down by Allen. Keep an eye on Travis Milbrandt of Mark Morris. He's in the gray. He stumbles there. And it's going to be lane 8, it looks like. Bo Summers of East Valley. Can't tell from that angle.
Generally, you're focused on the middle lanes because those are generally the faster runners.
It is Summers in 3rd, and Milbrandt of Mark Morris is in 4th. That was our leader, Victor Gamboa, and he might have hit a hurdle and is struggling just a bit there.
And down on the turf out there, he's right behind the scoreboard that has the times. You can see him just to the left of that. Looks like he's working on his right ankle.
So, Mike, it was Craig Allen first in that heat. Gamboa was second. Third was Bo Summers out of East Valley. Those 3 will all qualify. Keep an eye on the next 2 times, though. Christian Perez of Quincy, actually, Travis Milbrandt of Mark Morris in Longview is at 15.54, and Christian Perez of Quincy 15.65. Those are the 2, what we should say, on the bubble times to compare to the second heat.
And the second heat, they're going to reset all the hurdles, and the guys will get their little warm-ups in before we get going. Let's give you the rundown of the 8 contestants in the second of the 2 preliminary heats. In lane 1 will be Emmanuel Herrera of Sequim. In lane 2, Cy Cave of North Thurston. Devin Leibel of White River in the 3rd lane. 4th lane occupied by Taylor Wood of Tumwater. And then Jade Wilson of Deer Park. Chris Wilson in lane 6 out of Seaholm. In lane 7, it's Joe Simpson from Lindbergh High School. And then Cedar Crest's Zach Jordan in lane 8.
And Mike Cy Cave out of North Thurston finished 4th last year. He's the highest finisher from last year's championship race to return and make the final this year. The winner last year was DeAndre Moore Young, a senior out of Cheney.
And the young man with the best time in this heat, coming into this heat, is Devin Leibel of White River, the only one of the 8 to get underneath 15 seconds. So we've definitely got to keep an eye on him in lane 3 coming into this second heat. You can see Leibel there, number 841, with the maroon top and the black shorts in lane 3. He's the guy to keep an eye on as we come into this second heat of the boys 110-meter hurdles at the 2A level. This to be followed by 3A and then 4A. So the runners in the blocks for the 110-meter hurdles. And they're off. Got a clean start here. Keep an eye on Leibel in lane 3. He's got the best time, and he is in the lead right now, followed closely by Cy Cave of North Thurston. Now the field's starting to close up behind Leibel a little bit, who's going to finish across the line first. And it looked like it might have been, was that Jade Wilson coming in second up in lane 5. So there you see Leibel out of White River taking first in this second heat. And it looked like Jade Wilson at Deer Park maybe came up in lane 5 and took second place. The top 3 will move on.
3rd place looked like Taylor Wood out of Tumwater. And on the bubble, Cy Cave from North Thurston looked like he came in that vulnerable 4 spot looking for a time to qualify.
That's an interesting name, Cy Cave, huh? Now we're going to get another look at it here, and we'll definitely nail it down. But Leibel first, Wilson out of Deer Park was second, and Wood out of Tumwater was 3rd. Now you can see Leibel taking the lead right here. And watch in the lanes to his right how things close up, and then down the stretch in lane 5, coming in second place, is Jade Wilson out of Deer Park. So Leibel looking good as he will move on to the final tomorrow night. So you can take a look at the board right now for the finals. Wilson out of Deer Park was second, and then Wood out of Tumwater was 3rd.
And Mike, that time for Cave of 15.26 will get him into the final as a timed qualifier. And then just missing Joe Simpson in 5th there, misses the final by 5/100ths of a second. Oh, he was at 15.59. And from the first heat, Travis Milbrandt was 15.54. Talk about close.
Yeah, I know. And it just goes to show, you know, every single edge you can possibly provide for yourself could make a difference, because some of the times are so close, but only a certain amount get to move on. So there you have it, the end of the 2A preliminaries, and we'll move on to the 3A with 2 more heats, and the top 3 in each heat moving on along with the 2 best times other than that.
Takes a little bit more time between hurdles races because you have to make sure all those hurdles are set back at their correct mark.
Well, it's quite a production out there when you consider everything that's going on. It's kind of like a 3-ring circus.
So these are now the boys participants in the 110-meter hurdles for 3A, heat 1 of 2 heats. On the inside lane in lane 1 in the white and purple, Connor Pearson of Columbia River High School in Vancouver. In lane 2 is Vincent Lai of Juanita. Lane 3 in white and green, Adrian De La Cruz of Franklin. Lane 4, Seth Noble of Cedro Woolley. He's in the all blue there. Take a look at one of the high jump competitors from Kamayakan going over 5 feet. Just nipped it with the heels down there. And the rest of your field in this preliminary, Joseph Collette of Hanford, that's purple. Rashawn Smith, Timberline in the green. Alex Wall in lane 7 is out of Juanita. He's a senior. And a freshman out there in lane 8, Terrence Tamua out of Decatur High School. Your top qualifier is De La Cruz. He is in lane 3. Keep an eye on Seth Noble out of Cedro Willie in purple. De La Cruz is a sophomore out of Franklin High School. He's in the white and green in lane 3. His qualifying time 15.14. 110-meter hurdles, 3A. They're off. Clean start. In the middle is Joseph Collette of Hanford, and he is going to run away, being chased by Rashawn Smith of Timberline. They're going to go 1-2 if they get over those hurdles cleanly. They do. And third place in the outside was Alex Wallen of Juanita. So some surprises there. Well, I have to check myself there. I missaw the times there. Collette did have the best time coming in. He was in lane 5 and not in lane 3, so my bad there. So Collette wins. Smith third out of Timberline. Alex Wallen was in the top 3 out of Juanita, and we'll wait to see who finished 4th. Yeah. So Collette from Hanford gets the good start. And I misidentified his time. He did come in with the best time. We're going to have one athlete fall here near the end. Close race for 4th. It might have been Columbia River's Connor Pearson on the inside, and again, he would have to get in on time. So it is Collette 1, Smith 2, Wallen 3, and actually keep an eye on the board to see how what the finishing times were. Because remember, the top 3 finishers make the final tomorrow, along with the next best 2 times for both heats.
Well, Collette lived up to his time coming in. He had the best among that group, and he ended up taking that heat right there to move on to the final. And we will be getting these final times here momentarily.
That's the first of the 3A heats. One more to come. And you're looking at the pole vault going on right now. That's the boys 3A pole vault as competition continues on that side of the arena.
So getting ready now for the second heat. Again, 3A level, boys 110-meter hurdles. Let's give you the field for this second and final preliminary heat for the 3A level. In lane 1 will be Sam Richmond out of Bellevue. Peter Zalk out of Prairie is in lane 2. Then it's Darius Person from Mount Spokane and Jazz Smith from Franklin in Seattle in lane 4. Federal Way Decatur High School's Drew Thompson is in lane 5. Then it's Justin Biggs out of Cedro Willie in lane 6. Elijah Pena is in lane 7 out of Sunnyside. And Timberline High School, that's near Olympia, James Segura Mitchell will be in lane 8. Among this group, the one with the best time is Drew Thompson out of Decatur, coming in at 14.83, followed closely by Jazz Smith of Franklin at 14.94. And I should mention that the state record for this particular event was set way back in 1987. It's held up pretty well because it's a sparkling 13.86 seconds. And you look at the field and the best times for the competitors among the 2 heats coming into today's event. And the best time is almost a full second behind. So that's a 25-year
record for Cecil Bowie.
You can see why that one's held up for a long time. So the hurdlers get ready for the start of the second and final preliminary heat. Between this and the previous one, 8 will move on to the final tomorrow night. 110-meter hurdles, and this at the 3A level. So the young men occupying lanes 4 and 5 with the best times. They're the ones we'll want to keep an eye on the most. Jazz Smith of Franklin with the white top and green shorts in lane 4, and then Drew Thompson of Decatur to his right. Runners at the starting line now. See the gentleman with the gun to the right? There we go. And they're off, a clean start. Smith and Thompson in the middle, battling for that top spot. And right now it is Thompson that's in front, barely ahead of Franklin. He remains in front here. They come to the finish, and it will be Thompson, I think, just getting in ahead of Jazz Smith for the top spot. One thing's for sure, they're both going to move on to the final, as they own those middle lanes and lived up to their times coming in. There's Jazz Smith right there of Franklin.
It looked like the third place spot went to Peter Zalk of Prairie, and coming in fourth, I think, Mike, it was Darius Pearson of Mount Spokane, and he would be on the bubble with his time.
Now we're going to get another look at it here. In the middle, Drew Thompson and Jazz Smith, lanes 4 and 5, putting on a pretty good battle the entire way. You can see Thompson just ahead of Smith by about a half a stride, and he's going to finish across the line just ahead of him as well. And as we already heard, Peter Zalk of Prairie coming in third. So those three automatically moving on to the next round and still waiting to get some final times here. So Thompson of Decatur is first, Franklin next, and then Zalk out of Prairie. And then hoping to move on from Mount Spokane, Darius Pearson.
Actually, Mike, we're going to get two qualifiers from that heat. Pearson's 15:46 will get him onto the final, and Sam Richmond in lane 1 out of Bellevue, the freshman, came in at 15:55, which was a tenth of a second better than the time from the first heat that Connor Pearson registered for Columbia River. So Pearson misses by a tenth of a second. Those two extra spots go to Sam Richmond of Bellevue and Pearson out of Mount Spokane.
Well, good for Richmond. So he was able to move on. So that's going to wrap it up for the boys 3A level 110-meter hurdles. And coming up next, the 4A. So we got two heats coming up in the 4A here momentarily, and the runners, or the hurdlers rather, getting ready for that right now.
Oh, and this is just the beginning of a 3-day event here at Mount Tahoma. Look at all the folks and the coaches and the athletes and the cameras. 3 days of track and field events to determine the 2A, 3A, and 4A champions in all these events, and the team titles as well. All those tents belong to all the schools that are participating here. That's kind of their headquarters. And teams will kind of come and go with their coaches, and it's such a big event, so many things going on. Sometimes with all the field events, it's tough to keep an eye on more than one thing at a time.
You can see we're at Mount Tahoma High School. Very nice facility here. The track around the football field, and I don't know if you know about any of the alumni, but Ahmad Rashad went to school here, and I'm sure he ran around this track. I don't know if it looked the same way back when he was playing.
They've redone it since, he was Bobby Moore back then.
Yes, he was, exactly.
He went to the University of Oregon and then on to the NFL career.
So very nice facility here in Tacoma at Mount Tahoma High School.
And we got a nice day. No rain yet here during the Friday evening events. And we expect it to be fairly dry for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, each day is supposed to get a little bit better. Temperatures going up, skies clearing little by little.
That's a 4A girls triple jump going on the far side. A little bit too far for us to identify the participants. We'll try to do the best we can to keep you up to date on the field events that are going on.
I picked up a shot put once, Carl, I got to tell you.
Somebody else threw it, you picked it up?
It's like a small bowling ball is really what it comes down to. The only difference is you're supposed to throw it a different way than a bowling ball as well. And it isn't all that easy.
So you get a look at the starting blocks there for the 4A boys 110-meter hurdles. And we'll quickly set the runners for you for this event. In lane 1, in black, there is Dylan Gonglewski. In lane 2, with the light blue out of Gig Harbor, Peter Seifert. In lane 3, out of Kent Ridge, that's Cade Tipton. In lane 4, Kent Meridian's Abu Kamara. He finished second in this event last year. Lane 5, Walla Walla's Kyle Jamieson. Lane 6, out of Ballard, Stuart Thomas. Lane 7, Aaron Persinger of Federal Way. And in lane 8 is Caleb Dobson of Cascade High School in Everett. Fastest qualifying time here belongs to Kamara in lane 4, and they're off. Kamara in the blue and black seems to lead. Cade Tipton right with him out of Kent Ridge. Coming on the outside now, Federal Way's Aaron Persinger. They got to finish 1, 2, 3 to qualify. And that was Abu Kamara first, Tipton second, and I believe Persinger of Federal Way was third.
Well, Kamara's a good-looking runner.
Time for fourth there. I believe the fourth place finisher there was Seifert out of Gig Harbor, but we'll double check to see that on the replay, because again, the top 3 move on to tomorrow's finals along with the next 2 times. So Kamara with a time of 14.5 qualifying time, running right next to Tipton there. Those guys are right with each other, hurdle for hurdle. And look at how close that finish is. Yeah,
Boy.
It is fourth place, Gig Harbor. Seifert, we'll keep an eye on his time. Kamara at 14.55, the winner. Seifert was 14.82 in fourth.
So we're waiting for one more heat at the 4A boys level. While we're waiting, let's back up a little bit to the 2A boys 110-meter hurdles and give you the official 8 that will move on to the final tomorrow night. We have Devin Leibel of White River, followed by Craig Allen of North Mason. Then it's Washington's Victor Gamboa. Jade Wilson of Deer Park. Then Taylor Wood of Tumwater. Bo Summers of East Valley Spokane. And Cy Cave of North Thurston. Oh, also Travis Milbrandt of Mark Morris also qualified. So those are the 8 moving on to the final tomorrow at the 2A level of the 110-meter hurdles.
So the times to beat in this next qualifying preliminary, Mike, Peter Seifert's 14.82 out of Gig Harbor, and Dylan Gonglewski's 14.85. Those were the 4th and 5th place finishers, so they're on the bubble for the times coming from the second heats.
And the second heat about to get underway. Should tell you the all-time record for this 4A level is 13.91 by Ross Flowers, and that's held up for a while, since 1989. And we don't have anybody in the entire 16 boy group that has been under 14 this year. So that record probably going to hold up for a little while longer by Ross Flowers back in 1989. So here are the guys getting ready for the final heat, and here's the rundown. In lane 1, it'll be Denzel Mickelson out of Ridgeland, Jake Blackman of Battleground in lane 2. Then it's Eric Simpson of Rogers out of Puyallup in lane 3. Lane 4 occupied by Blake Gerling from Walla Walla. Arlington's Blake McPherson in lane 5. Blake Simmons from Emerald Ridge in lane 6. Andrew Zadnaprovsky of Auburn Riverside in lane 7. And Jordan Moore out of Monroe in lane 8. So the guys in the blocks, what's interesting is the best 2 times are not in lanes 4 and 5 as they normally are. Best time coming in, Eric Simpson in lane 3. Simpson out of Rogers of Puyallup, and they're off. And it is Simpson who appears to be in the lead, although in lane 7, Sandra Povsky of Auburn Riverside really putting on a push on the near lane. And here we come across the finish line, and it looks like it will be Simpson out of Rogers Puyallup, followed by Zandrapowski of Auburn Riverside, lanes 3 and 7. A good push there by Zandrapowski, who had the third best time coming into this preliminary. So put Simpson at number 1 apparently, Zandrapowski at number 2.
And I think, Mike, it was in lane 5, Blake McPherson of Arlington that might have come in 4th. We'll keep an eye on his time.
Okay. Well, we're going to get the replay here, and we'll be able to figure it out for sure. This was a pretty good heat. It wasn't until right about there at the 3rd hurdle you could really see Zandrapowski start pulling away, along with Simpson. Now here they come to the finish line, and it will be Blake Simmons of Emerald Ridge in 3rd. So those 3, Simpson, Zandrapowski, and Simmons, all moving on to the final tomorrow night. And it looked like McPherson in lane 5 came in 4th place out of Arlington.
He did, Mike, with a time of 14:88, but that's not going to be enough to make the final because the 2 times from the first heat, Seaford at 14:82 and Gongluski of Inglemoor at 14:85 are going to beat his time by just a fraction of a second, and so he'll miss out on the state final tomorrow. We have results in from the 3A boys 110-meter hurdles, the qualifiers officially now. Joseph Collette won it from Hanford. Time was 14:56. Drew Thompson of Decatur was 2nd. Rashawn Smith of Timberline was 3rd. Jazz Smith of Franklin was 4th. Peter Zalk out of Prairie High School, the sophomore, 5th. Alex Wallen has the 6th qualifying time out of Juanita. And then the 2 fastest times to get in, Darius Pearson of Mount Spokane at 15:46 and Sam Richmond of Bellevue, a freshman, coming in at 15:55 to make tomorrow's final. Next up, the girls 100-meter hurdles. That's next. Stay with us here on the WIAA network for the 2A, 3A, 4A Washington State Track and Field Championship track meet.
At Les Schwab, along with great prices, our tires come with the kind of protection most other places just don't give you, which includes free flat repairs, equal value replacements, pre-trip safety checks, and more for the entire life of the tire. With the other guys, well, you just never know. So why is free protection on your tires good to have?
Lifetime protection. That's our best tire value promise. Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
And our next event will be the 100-meter hurdles, the girls running, and it'll be the 2A classification preliminaries first. That's set to go in just a few minutes here at Mount Tahoma High School. They had to lower the hurdles and get them set for the 100-meter hurdles for the girls. The girls run 10 meters less than the boys in the hurdles. And their hurdles a little bit closer together. A little lower, a little closer together. And again, we'll have 2 preliminary heats in each classification. Top 8 moving on to tomorrow's finals. They take the top 3 finishers in each heat, plus the next 2 fastest times. And there's the site here at Mount Tahoma High School for day 1 of 3 days of track and field events.
Yeah, you can see all those colored tents that are ringing around the one end of the track out there. Each one of those for one of the respective schools that are represented here in Tacoma for the state track and field meet.
You can only imagine, we've got 3 classifications, boys and girls. You know, there could be 150 schools represented easily here at the state track meet.
Yeah, because there might be just one athlete from a particular school
Sometimes.
here, and they have a tent or a canopy.
We noticed there the girls' high jump up to 5.2. And we're trying to keep an eye on those high jump events for you if we can.
She hit the bar on the way up that time. Young lady out of Cleveland High School.
That is the girls' 3A high jump. And that is Unique Patu of Cleveland High School, missing it at 5.02. Her seating mark coming into the event was 5 feet. And here comes another competitor. Have trouble getting her number and try to identify her. Let's see her on our roster.
I do have the final results from the boys 110 meters, the 4A level. Here are the official 8 that will be moving on. Starting with Eric Simpson out of Rogers Puyallup with the best time at 14.50. Also Abu Kamara of Kent Meridian, Andrew Zadnaprowski from Auburn Riverside, Kent Ridge's Cade Tipton, then Aaron Persinger out of Federal Way, Blake Simmons of Emerald Ridge, Peter Seifert from Gig Harbor, and Dylan Gongalewski out of Inglemoor. So those 8 all moving on to the final tomorrow night in the boys 110-meter hurdles 4A level.
Big smile there from Kiana Davis of Kelso as she cleared 5.2 in the high jump, so she moves on. And now we go back to Uniqua Patu of Cleveland. Looks like she's next up in on the event there. Again, we can see her qualifying seating mark was 5 feet, and we know the bar's at 5.2. So we're going to head on over to the starting blocks, getting ready for the girls' 100-meter hurdles, 2A preliminary. Lane 1 out of Burlington Edison is Nikki Buchanan. Lane 2 out of Linden is Kendra Hack. And lane 3 from Woodland, Kelly Negro. And lane 4, Allie Core of Squalicum. Lane 5 is Reagan Collier of North Kitsap. And lane 6, Lauren McCluskey of Pullman High School. Lane 7, Allison Deck of Tumwater. And in lane 8, Akeisha Charlton of Ellensburg. Our fastest time is in lane 5. That's Collier of North Kitsap. 100-meter hurdles for the girls, 2A. And they are to their marks. Fair start, they're off. First hurdle is clean. Middle of the track. Collier of North Kitsap. Closely on the outside of her, McCluskey of Pullman. The fight for third is on. It might have been Core out of Squalicum.
I think it was.
Keep a close eye on it. There in lane 5, that's Reagan Collier. She came in at 15:04, so just a few hundredths off her best time. Collier first, McCluskey's a freshman out of Pullman. Looked like she came in second.
Collier with an unusual start compared to the rest of the field.
A standing start.
Yeah, and she didn't bend over very far and had one hand up in the air. Watch her there.
Yeah, she's almost the last out of the blocks, but look at her go. Takes the lead there at that hurdle, and she won't look back. She'll get a good race from the freshman out of Pullman. Keep an eye on third and fourth now. Last hurdle.
Ooh, that's close.
Very close.
I think you got it right, though, with McCluskey.
Yeah, Core from Squalicum and Deck from Tumwater were close.
Now let's see here. We got the results up on the board.
Tumwater's Deck is third, and Core of Squalicum was at 15:63 for fourth place, and so her time is on the bubble now.
So the first of 2 preliminaries for the girls, 100-meter hurdles. This is the 2A level, followed by 3 and 4. Got our second preliminary coming up here momentarily. Another field of 8 will be out on the track. They have 10 hurdles to leap over on their way to the finish line. Let's give you the field for our next heat. In lane 1 will be McKenna Woodworth out of Sumner. Santiana Stinson of Fife in lane 2. Jade Crawford from White River in lane 3. Tumwater's Brooke Feldmeyer is in lane 4. Next to her is Jamie Weisner of Clarkston. Lane 6 occupied by Tiffany Richardson of Burlington Edison. Pullman's Regina Snyder in lane 7. And in lane 8, it's Christina Wiley out of Lindbergh High School.
Mike, in lane 4, Feldmeyer from Tumwater, second place last year.
All right, and Jamie Weisner right next to her in lane 5 has the best time of this group coming in. So we'll keep an eye on lanes 4 and 5. Feldmeyer in lane 4, Weisner in lane 5. Here we go. A clean start, and it is Weisner taking the early lead. You can see it from a different angle right here, as Weisner continues to widen her lead over the 10th hurdle right there and across the finish line in first. And next to her is Feldmeyer out of Tumwater. So Weisner, who had the best time at 15.10 seconds coming in, will finish first, with Brooke Feldmeyer to her left finishing second. And it looks like coming in third is Jade Crawford out of White River. So Weisner, Feldmeyer, and Crawford appear to be the top 3 that will automatically move on to the final tomorrow night.
Fourth place finisher looked to be Tiffany Richardson of Burlington Edison. We'll keep an eye on her time.
So here we go, taking another look at it. Getting off to a real good start was Weisner out of Clarkston, and she never looked back, continued to widen her lead as the race went on. And you can see how she wins by a healthy amount. And in second place, Feldmeyer also had a pretty good lead over the third place finisher, Jade Crawford of White River. So really not a very close heat right there, as the top 2 had quite a distance between the people behind them. So those 2 for sure moving on.
So the fourth place time there for Richardson of Burleson is not going to be good enough at 15:87. That's beaten from the first heat of Allie Core of Squaletum's 15:63, and Kelly Nigro of Woodland was at 15:84. So those are the 2 qualifying times. Richardson missed by 0.03 of a second out of Burlington Edison. The final is tomorrow. Our next event, hurdles again for the girls. It'll be the 3A preliminaries, 100-meter hurdles. Getting set for that. You can see in the middle of your screen there, pole vault is going on. Here's another high jumper. And I believe in the 3A high jump, that's Danae Lee out of Hudson's Bay. Again, that's a 3A girls high jump, and they're trying to clear 5.2 right now. Waiting for our 110-meter hurdle heat in the 3A, keeping track of some of the field events for you at the same time. And again, the final for this is tomorrow. Some of the crowd here at Mount Tahoma High School taking in the first day of 3 days of competition. Lining the rails around that first turn. That's where a lot of the athletes are as they wait for their events. And we can tell you the girls' high jump is now up to 5.4. But we're going to set the heat for you here for the girls' 3A 110-meter hurdles. Here's that high jump attempt at 5.4, missing. She's out of Kamiakan High School. Here's your runners in the 3A girls' hurdles. Christina Theodoro is from Seattle Prep in lane 1, Teodoro. Sarah Scoville of Hazen is in lane 2. Emily Pestel-Demet is in lane 3 out of Liberty in Issaquah. Lane 4, Michelle Stolz of Highline. Lane 5, Leah Bennett of Meadowdale. Lane 6, Tiara Pajamola of Shadle Park. Lane 7, Whitney Eccles of Auburn Mountain View. And in lane 8, Joanna Mazer of Yelm. Fastest time in this heat, Michelle Stoltz. The starter has them relax and get out of their blocks. They'll reset once again. Stoltz is a senior out of Highline in lane 4. That's the yellow and purple. And her best time, the qualifying time, is at 14:78. Girls 100-meter hurdles, 3A prelim. Runners have taken their marks. They're set. Fair start. Here they come. In the middle of the track, Michelle Stoltz of Highline. She's in the yellow. Getting a good race on the outside from Eccles of Auburn Mountain View. It'll be Stoltz, Eccles, and third was Shadle Park's Tiara Pajamola. There's a victorious hand wave from Michelle, the senior. And the race for fourth and time was really close after those first three runners. Stoltz of Highline first, Eccles of Auburn Mountain View second, Tiara Pajamola of Shadle Park was third. We'll take another look. Stoltz takes over from the beginning here, and then it's just a race to try to get to that wire ahead of Eccles there in the blue on the near side. We'll keep an eye on fourth place too, because they're trying for time to qualify for the finals. Looks like lane 5 is Leah Bennett of Meadowdale, we think was the fourth place finisher there. And those are the times. The key time there, fourth place, Bennett at 15:79. And at a Liberty High School, fifth place, Pestel Demet was at 15:83. That was pretty close between those two for fourth and fifth. Those times are on the bubble as we wait for the second heat.
We do have the official final 8 that will be moving on in the girls 100-meter 2A level in the hurdles. So let's give you those top 8 that will be moving on in the final tomorrow. Reagan Collier of North Kitsap, she had the best time at 15.03. Jamie Weisner of Clarkston was second, followed by Pullman's Lauren McCluskey. Then it was Brooke Feldmeyer of Tumwater, her teammate Allison Deck, then Jade Crawford of White River, Allie Core of Squalicum, and Kelly Negro of Woodland. So those 8 will be moving on to the final tomorrow night in the girls 100-meter hurdles at the 2A level.
And Mike, we're looking at the two of the top high jumpers in this event. In the purple there, that is Melissa Merrill, a senior from Hanford. And you saw the young woman in the red there, Andrea Stevenson of Kamiakin in the red. And they're not alone. Here comes another jumper trying to clear 5.4 and over. How about that? That's the first one we've seen clear 5.4. Trying to get a look at her number or jersey. Keeps turning away from the camera. That's from Juanita High School. That's Molly Krager. Also Molly. Jumping from Kelso High School, but missing just a second ago in the 3A girls high jump, Kiana Davis. Mike, we'll let you set the race here.
Yeah, here we go. The second preliminary heat for the girls 3A 100-meter hurdles. Katie Shepard in lane 1, McKenna Emmert in lane 2, then Renee Hudson, Cecilia Jackson, Khadijah Toure, Maria Blad, Michelle Snyder, and Sarah Wilson. Here we go. Looking toward the middle, Cecilia Jackson with the best time coming in, and she is taking the lead out of Holy Names Academy in Seattle. It is going to be Jackson over the 10th and final hurdle and easily finishing first. In second place, looked like Khadijah Toure out of Kamiakin. So I think third place was Renee Hudson from Everett. We'll kind of take a look back at that and also wait for the times to come up. But Cecilia Jackson out of Holy Names. easily taking first place, had a time of 14.82 coming into that heat. That was her best time this year.
Jackson Mike, second place last year. Khadijah Torre out of Kamiakin was fifth. She's also an outstanding basketball player. And I think third might have gone to Maria Blad of Enumclaw. We'll take a look as we get another look here at the
replay. The replay right here. You'll see Jackson get off to an early start. I mean, by the second hurdle, she's pretty much established herself over Torre of Kamiakin, who's second. And then Jackson continues to extend her lead. And then looks like, is that Enumclaw's Maria Blad? It appears to be her that came in third place.
Okay, I can tell you now from times, Blad was third, Mike. Michelle Snyder of Southridge fourth at 15:47 will make the final. And in that heat, McKenna Emmert of Kelso, 15:59, also makes the final. Two runners from that heat fast enough to get their times qualified for tomorrow's final.
Wow, so the girls putting on a pretty good show here in the hurdles. I'm telling you, the two winners of those races are going to have, or those two heats, I should say, are going to have a pretty good battle tomorrow. Stoltz out of Highline.
Oh!
Jackson out of Holy Names.
Sorry, while you're talking there, we watched Kiana Davis of Kelso nip the bar with her calves. It stayed on for a moment, but then fell off. She's trying to clear 5.4, which was her qualifying height. I'm not sure if that was her third and final attempt. We know there are at least 4 competitors left in the high jump, the girls 3A high jump. Stapleton of Kamiakin, Merrill of Hanford, and Krager of Juanita. Take a look here at Kiana Davis again. She's a junior, trying to clear 5.4. Watch this. Nipped it, stayed on, and then fell off. Rats!
She hit it pretty hard, though. That's why it didn't have much of a chance of staying on.
Well, she knows how close she was. Those are the competitors getting ready for our next hurdles race, the 4A race. We're still a couple seconds away from the start of that.
I can tell you, folks, we are waiting on some finals from the girls' triple jump and also the boys' long jump. We're getting pretty close to having some finals on those field events. We should also pass along that if you'd like to get a copy of today's events, the video is available. You can just order it at prepfilms.com. That's prepfilms.com if you'd like to get your own copy of today's televised event. We are at Mount Tahoma High School in Tacoma. Sun back out on the field right now as we get ready for the final two heats in the hurdles, these for the girls at the 4A level.
Yeah, we have the 4A preliminaries for the 100 hurdles, and then after that, Mike, the combined wheelchair 3,200 meters. That will be a sight. We enjoy to watch the kids in the wheelchairs run and roll around this Mount Tahoma track.
2 miles worth right there.
Yeah, it's a unique event. We'll enjoy watching that. Look at all these athletes getting ready for their events. And we do have, team scoring going on as well. We haven't had any finals just yet, but we can tell you the defending champs in the boys 4A, Kent Meridian, boys 3A, North Central has won 4 consecutive team titles. 2A boys, Renton won last year. For the girls, it was Kentwood winning the 4A last year, Holy Names winning the girls 3A, and Seaholm winning the 2A girls. And those schools trying to defend their championships, and all these other schools are shooting for them.
And track and field, not the only finals going on this weekend. Baseball going on over in Pasco. They're going to have the semifinals. Yep, you got softball going on as well. So
tennis
busy time
in
of the
Richmond
year.
And around the state.
Very busy time of the year.
It's the end of our 2011-2012 high school competitions in the state of Washington this weekend. There is from Juanita High School, Molly Greger at the high jump. And she is now looking at 5.6.
Whoa.
We'll watch her attempt. Nope, hit it going up.
Yep. That's not going to help it.
And the competitors are getting ready at the start for our 4A girls 100-meter hurdles. So let's set the track for you. Lauren Bruner of Issaquah, lane 1. Cheyenne Haverfield of Tahoma, lane 2. Lexi Klinkenberg of Kent Ridge, lane 3. Rachel O'Neill, Auburn Riverside in lane 4. Samantha McGee, Lake Stevens is lane 5. Audrey Ketchum of Wenatchee is in lane 6. Lauren Files of Eastlake, lane 7. And Kimmy Stuckel of Emerald Ridge is in lane 8. Fastest qualifying time in this group is Rachel O'Neill of Auburn Riverside in lane 4. And she's going to be in the dark blue. And those runners coming to their marks for their chance in the prelims here. Again, you want to finish first, second, and third, or have one of the next 2 fastest times. They are set. Fair start. Keep an eye on the middle of the track. Rachel O'Neill, she's leading, but getting a good race from Lexi Klinkenberg of Kent Ridge. And now on lane 8, near side, Kimmy Stuckel of Emerald Ridge is going to come in second, it looks like. Third is Klinkenberg. And then I couldn't tell who came in fourth. We'll keep an eye on the clock there to see if that time will hold up. First place there is Rachel O'Neill. Kimmy Stuckel came in with a time of 16:04, but she may have just run the race of her life, cut some time off her PR to move into the final. She finished second, and Klinkenberg third. We can double check now as we watch the race.
We're keeping an eye on lane 8 there. Boy, Stuckel.
Boy, her steps are perfect, her hurdle is perfect, and she stays right with the leader. Third place is Klinkenberg. And then I think in lane 6 is Wenatchee's Audrey Ketchum, who might have got in for fourth. And it will be her time that's on the bubble at 15:57. And in fifth place, another time to watch here, McGee of Lake Stevens at 15:63. Over at the high jump once again, Mike. Molly Krager of Juanita. This is going to be her second attempt at 5.6. Here she goes. Nope, ooh. On the way up again. Her qualifying height was 5.4, so she was trying to go a couple inches higher there.
Well, as we get ready for the second preliminary heat for the girls, 4A, let's give you the official 8 that are going to be moving on at the 3A level. And here are the official 8. Cecilia Jackson of Holy Names. She's set up for a great battle with Michelle Stoltz of Highline, who had the second best time. Separate heats. Khadija Torre of Kamayak in third. Then fourth was Whitney Eccles of Auburn Mountain View. Enumclaw's Mariah Blad. Then Tiara Pajamola of Shadle Park, followed by Southridge's Michelle Snyder. And then McKenna Emmert of Kelso finished 8th. And those are the 8 moving on at the 3A level of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. We still have one more heat for the 4A girls in this hurdle event, and you can see them lining up right now.
Keep an eye on lane 5. Sadie Sparks is the defending champ, Mike, out of Chiawana High School in Pasco.
All right. Her best time, though, a full second slower than the record set by Seville Broussard back in 1994. So that record almost 20 years old. And Sadie Sparks, I'm sure, will settle for a second straight state crown in this event. So here is the lineup for the second and final preliminary heat for the girls' 4A 100-meter hurdles. In lane 1 will be Heather Browning out of Union. Kentwood's Sarah Toiana is in lane 2. Michaela Douglas of Puyallup in lane 3. Garfield High School out of Seattle, represented by Nautry Brown. Then it's Sadie Sparks, who has the best time, the defending champ, a senior. She's from Chiawana High School. Gig Harbor's Dallas Edge is in lane 6. Nicole Dorsey in lane 7 out of Wenatchee. And then Inglemore's Claire Moses in lane 8. Again, in lane 5, Sadie Sparks out of Chiawana. That's the first time we've mentioned that high school today, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe Chihuahua might be 3 or 4 years old. It's a new school in Pasco.
Okay. Looks like the stand-up start going to be by Sparks out of Chihuahua. So get ready to go here. And indeed is Chihuahua, arm in the air at the start, a clean start as well. And we can see in lane 2, Toyiana really putting it on. Check that. That is Douglas. And now Sparks catching up, and she takes the lead, jumping over the final hurdle, and she will clear the line in first place. And it looks like Nautry, Brown, and Garfield came in second. Look like the top 2 finishers there. Nautry Brown with a strong second half, a strong second 500 yards, or meters rather, to take over second place. So Sparks not really establishing a solid hold on the lead until the second half of the race. We will get another look at it here. You can see Brown with her arm in the air. Check that, Sparks, at the start of the race. Over in lane 3, Douglas from Puyallup putting on a pretty good push in the first half of the race. Then she started to fade a little bit as a couple other runners caught up to her. Those being Nautry Brown, and I think Dallas Edge is going to finish in third place. Edge out of Gig Harbor. So let's see what we have here. You can see the back four. So Sparks at Chihuahua, Brown at Garfield, and Edge out of Gig Harbor were the top 3. Douglas out of Puyallup, hoping that she'll skate into the final as well.
Well, her time of 15:12 will get her in, and then Dorsey out of Wenatchee at 15:47 will get in as well, Mike. Again, 2 qualifiers from that heat have the next 2 best times, and they will make the championship final tomorrow.
And that's going to wrap it up for the hurdles that we've had. We saw the boys 110 and then the girls 100 meter. And that is all complete. It's still coming up. The next event coming up is our first final event of any of the track events, and that will be the combined wheelchair 3,200 meter.
Take a look there at Yen Huang. She is the lone competitor in the 32-meter wheelchair race. We'll keep an eye on her. We'll take a quick break, come back with more action for you here at the Washington State Track and Field Championship meet at Mount Tahoma High School.
At Les Schwab, along with great prices, our tires come with the kind of protection most other places just don't give you, which includes free flat repairs, equal value replacements, pre-trip safety checks, and more for the entire life of the tire. With the other guys, well, you just never know. So why is free protection on your tires good to have?
Lifetime protection. That's our best tire value promise. Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
Welcome back to Mount Tahoma High School. Carl Glick and Mike Brown with you for the WIAA 2012 2A, 3A, 4A Track and Field Championships at Mount Tahoma High School. And lots of events going on here on our first day of competition. On the track, we're getting ready for the 3,200-meter wheelchair run. Yen Huang is our competitor. Right now, you're seeing some of the awards being handed out. This is the 4A boys shot put, and we'll try to get an eye of your championship thrower here for the 4A boys shot put. It's from Richland High School, but we'll have to check our rosters to see if we can get that young man for you. Yeah.
So the shot put winners, you can see out there on the stand being honored right now. Hanford taking the top spot. Bombers with those striped uniforms, quite different than we see on pretty much anybody else out here today. There's the start right there of the 3,200-meter run wheelchair event with the lone contestant. That is Yen Huang out of Evergreen High School.
3,200 meters.
That's a couple of miles.
That's 8 trips around this track.
Yep. There she goes.
And she is going to go all by herself.
She's got the track all to herself here for a while.
But nice that she gets to perform here in front of this crowd.
Absolutely.
We'll keep an eye on her. We've got a clock running on her and give you time too as she competes.
Her best time at 12 minutes, 34.93 seconds, and I believe she's just a freshman.
Can look at the pole vault going on there as well. That is the boys 3A pole vault. Okay. That winner in the shot put, I finally found in my roster. Dennis Christensen, a junior out of Richland High School, was your winner. Lap number 1 coming to a conclusion for Yen Hong.
Congratulations to Dennis Christensen. I said Hanford, I meant Richland. That's what I meant.
They're right next
Richland
door.
Bombers.
We're keeping an eye on the girls' high jump. We know that has concluded. We're waiting for final results there. The last jumper was Molly Greger of Juanita High School. She actually tried to clear 5.7 but missed. Kind of looked like she was going for a personal best there. I'm not sure if Molly was the last competitor, if she actually was going to win the event, because it always depends on who missed how many times when you get down to the end. There's the girls' triple jump going on the far side. And they are so far away, we can't get their numbers off their track singlets.
Continue to watch Yen Huang out of Evergreen, a lone competitor in the 3,200-meter run wheelchair event. She's on her second time around the track right now. I'm going to pass along the official 8 finalists that qualified for the girls' 100-meter hurdles at the 4A level. Rachel O'Neill out of Auburn Riverside, the top qualifier, followed closely by Sadie Sparks of Chiawana. She was just 1/10 of 1 second behind. Then it was Kimmy Stuckel of Emerald Ridge, Natri Brown of Garfield, Dallas Edge of Gig Harbor, Lexi Klinkenberg of Kentridge, Puyallups Michaela Douglas, and then Nicole Dorsey of Wenatchee was the 8th and final qualifier again for the girls' 4A 100-meter hurdles.
And again, that's the girls' triple jump on the far side. Yeah, and we're now on lap number 3. She's completed 2 laps. She has 6 to go in the 3,200 meters. And this is not easy by yourself.
No.
It's not easy in any regard. But she's out there all by herself, nobody to pace her, nobody to stay in front of. But she is getting a lot of support from the crowd here at Mount Tahoma High School.
Well, if you have competitors out there, you got other people to think about. You be strategizing in your mind how you're going to do. You got other things to think about. Here, you're kind of out by yourself, and it kind of be interesting to say, what do you think about when you're out there all by yourself? We do have some finals to pass along. The girls' javelin, we'll do that after we take a look here at this pole vault.
This is Jay Alexander of University.
Big U on the front of his jersey there.
Coming down the front straightaway to complete lap number 3.
So here we go, moving on to the finals for the girls' javelin throw at the 2A level. Jamie Weisner of Clarkston was the top qualifier. 146 feet 9 inches, followed by Erica Wilson, quite a distance behind, 119 feet 11 inches. That's a difference of almost 30 feet right there. Skylar Cannon of Lakewood, 118 and 10 inches. Then Rachel Peterson of Burlington Edison, Kristen McDonald of Ephrata, Savannah Barber of Fife, Shayna Wilson of Aberdeen, and Jennifer Merrill of East Valley Spokane. Those are your top 8 point earners in the girls' javelin throw at the 2A level. Jamie Weisner, senior out of Clarksville, really almost lapping the field in the javelin throw.
Yen Huang on the far turn. When she gets around the home straight, she'll be halfway done. And when she's done, we go to the girls' 3,200 run for 2A.
So, the combined wheelchair event at 3,200 meters, close to a couple of miles.
I give you a halfway split time here on Yen's run or roll. She's going to cross the start-stop line at 6:25. That's a little bit behind her pace of her seating time of 12:34. She's a little more than halfway done now. Has to complete 4 more laps.
Still to come here today after the combined wheelchair event, we have the girls' 3,200 meter race. That is a final that's going to be run. Same length as what we see Yen Huang performing right now out of Evergreen High School in the combined wheelchair. So the girls' 3,200 meter expected to get started here in about 10 minutes or so, and that will be a final. One of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 finals on the track that will be determined tonight on this, the first 3 days of the state track and field meet here at Mount Tahoma High School. Mother Nature cooperating right now, Carl. A lot of sun. You expect to see a little bit more of that as each day transpires. Well, school's in session too. It's kind of a busy place to be today.
Yeah, well, these athletes got a day off school. They'll get another day off tomorrow. And here comes Yen Hong, completing lap number 5 of her 8 laps in the 3,200. Again, she's out here all by herself, the lone competitor.
You see the athleticism in those arms that she has, boy. Number of other athletes getting warmed up in midfield as we continue to watch the 3,200 meter run wheelchair event. Still got the boys long jump that's been going on. Other races coming up. We got the boys 4x400 meter relay, girls 4x400 meter relay.
And then if you like distance running, we're going to have 6 3,200 meter races, girls and boys, 2A, 3A, 4A classifications. Those are all finals.
Yep.
And so we'll enjoy some distance racing. It looks like the pole vault now at 13.6. But I don't see any competitors just yet at that height. Keep an eye on that as Yen Hong comes across lap number 6. Going to come in just under 10 minutes. Actually right about 9:35, 9:40, and she has 2 more laps to go.
She gets a nice round of applause from the crowd each time she comes around in front of the main grandstand here. So 2 more laps to go for Yen. Carl, we got the finals. Final standings for the girls' high jump for 3A level. And it was Molly Greger of Juanita, who we saw featured a couple of times out there, clearing 5'4" as the top qualifier with 10 points. She's followed by Melissa Merrill of Hanford at 5'2", and then Kiana Davis of Kelso, Andrea Stapleton of Kamiakin, and Danae Lee of Hudson's Bay, all at 5'2" as well. So those are your top 5 qualifiers. Let's mention a few more. Unica Patu that you were talking about earlier from Cleveland in 6th. Holy Name Academy's Cecilia Jackson in 7th, and Lauren Neff of Camus High School.
And those are final standings. So Molly Greger puts 10 points on the board for Juanita in the girls 3A high jump. We saw her trying to clear 5'6" and 5'7", but didn't get over that height, but she did win with her jump clearing 5'4".
So the girls javelin and the girls high jump. Javelin at 2A, high jump at 3A.
One lap to go. 1 lap to go for Yen Huang in the 3,200 meters wheelchair event, and she's picking up the pace now. She's got that last lap to finish.
She's going to get a big round of applause when she comes around down the home stretch on that final lap, I'm sure. Dennis Christensen of Richland High School, the boys shot put champion. Molly Greger of Juanita High School, the girls high jump champion, 3A level. And then the girls javelin throw champ is Jamie Weisner of Clarkston. Each of those names garnering 10 points for their team's overall total.
We'll see if Yen Huang can finish under 13 minutes. She's at 12:23 right now as she comes around the final turn. And watch the appreciation she gets from this track and field crowd here. She finishes up a grueling 3,200 wheelchair race. Boy, it's all worth it when you hear the crowd like that. Look at her go. .3,200 meters, Yang Huang at 12 minutes and 53 seconds.
Good for Yen.
That is an effort, isn't it?
12:53.04 looks like the official time.
And as we get ready for the girls 3,200 meter that Mike will call for us, we can let you know there is some action at the pole vault pit. They've raised the bar up to 13.6. And competitors have taken some warm-ups down there, and they are getting ready. Not quite over at 13.6. And that's out of Hazen High School. Spencer Shear is a junior. His seating mark was 12.6, so he's going for a foot higher than that. Girls 2A Javelin Awards being handed out.
The winner again in that event was Jamie Weisner of Clarkston. She will be on the #1 and tallest step here. She'll be the next one to be introduced. And again, Jamie Weisner, easily the winner in that javelin event as well. We should mention again, her throw of 146 feet 9 inches was 27 feet, approximately more than the second place finisher Erica Wilson of Sela High School. So Jamie Weisner, who you see there on the top step, really putting on a performance today for Clarkston High School.
Yeah, Mike, they announced it's the 10th best throw in the state of Washington all time. And she got it here at the state championship to register a win for herself and Clarkston High School.
She's got herself a medal around her neck as well, as you can see. And some great performances by all those young ladies on the stand representing their respective schools. Again, again, the girls' two-way javelin throw is complete. One of 7 field events going on today, and one of 3 that have been completed. Next up will be the girls' 3,200-meter run for the 2A girls. A field of 16 will be on the track here in just a couple of minutes. This event go along right on time up to this point, Carl. I mean, we're not behind at all. They keep things right on track here.
Yeah, in that far corner, we do have some pole vaulting going on that we can keep an eye on for you. A couple misses at 13.6. The next vaulter is Jimbo Davis of Mount Si. Let's see how Jimbo can do at 13.6.
Boy, those world-class guys are up over, I think, well over 20 feet now, aren't they?
Here comes Davis, junior. Oh, hit it coming down.
Such an interesting event, the pole vault, isn't it?
Well, Mike, there are your competitors getting ready for the girls 3,200-meter 2A race.
All right, well, let's see. This is the first of 3 at this particular level. We're going to start with the 2A girls, a field of 16 out on the track right now. And the best time among the group is owned by Brittany Gappa of Squalicum, just under 11 minutes. She's at 10 minutes, 59.82 seconds. So Brittany Gappa, wearing number 1781 out of Squalicum High School. And she's the one with the best time among the group. She's followed closely by a number of competitors. Sarah Ryder of Lindbergh at 11:02 and change. Marina Roberts at 11:08. So we should have some pretty good competition in this race right here. Let's run down the field for you. Marina Roberts of Kingston. Santa Holland of Cheney. Sarah Ryder is from Lindbergh. Also from Cheney High School, Mariah Brenton. Brittany Gappa of Squalicum, the one with the best time, as I mentioned. Seaholm's Emily Pittis. Chantal Blundell from Hawkinson. R.A. Long's Danny Eggleston. Nikita Wagani of Interlake, as the race has just gotten underway. Also, Yasemin Mosenian out of East Valley High School. Lakewood's Rachel Cundy. Actually, that's just a warm-up that they're doing right there. Nadia Lucas of Interlake. We also have White River's Lauren Waite. Rainjoy Norton of Burlington Edison. Megan Denson of East Valley. And Jaden Gourley out of Hawkinson. So there's the 16-girl field for the 3,200-meter run. Again, this is for 2A schools. So it looks like the warm-ups are over and we are ready to get underway. They're up at the starting line, and there is the official gun. We do have a clean start. This will be 8 times around the track. 3,200 meter, a little over 2 miles for these young ladies. We will later be seeing the girls 3A and 4A races, and these are all finals, by the way. And then the boys will have their turn as well at the 2A, 3A, and 4A levels. So a lot of 3,200 meter events coming your way, and all of those will be finals. We will be crowning champions in all 6 of those events. Intermixed with all the 3,200 meter races will be the boys and girls relay events. Those are the 4x400 meters. Now earlier we got the entire day started with the 4x200 meters, and those are all completed. So we'll have the boys and girls at all 3 levels 4x400 coming your way. The first of which will be the boys 4x400 2A, and that'll follow this girls 3,200 meter race. The girls' race right now, though, a final. So just into the second lap of this race. Still a long way to go. And while this race is going on, we will jump back and forth between it and also some pole vaulting competition that continues to go on for the boys. In fact, we'll take a look right now. There's a clean jump right there by that young man. As you can see, the girls running behind him here as they come around the far turn. So the girls' 3,200 meter 2A race going on right now. So 2 laps are completed now, 6 to go. And they cross the line, the leaders do, at about 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The record for this particular race is held by Shannon Porter. She set that back in 2007, and her time was 10 minutes, 50 seconds even. So that record holding up for 4 years, maybe 5. Nobody in this field can beat it. So you can see the 3 leaders pulling away from the pack a little bit. They probably have about a 20 to 25 meter lead over the rest of the pack. But still a long way to go, and things can change, that's for sure.
Mike Roberts in first place out of Kingston, finished second last year. Sandy Holland, who's in second place now out of Cheney, won it all last year.
Oh,
so those two are used to each other. Again, we'll take a look at some pole vaulting going on. This is at 13.6. And back to the 3,200.
And it is Marina Roberts of Kingston continuing the lead. They're setting a pretty strong pace here and leaving the field well behind them here. So right now a 3-woman race, but still a long way to go. 5 laps before this one is going to be over. Again, the 3,200 meter girls 2A in progress right now. Getting some results in from the girls 3A triple jump. Carl, what do you have?
Yep, first place, jumping 38.4 was Courtney Jost. Courtney out of Gig Harbor High School. Second place went to Natre Brown, 37 feet 11 inches. Natre Brown out of Garfield, and Kelly Kronick of Curtis was third at 36.6 of the triple jump. Again, your 3A girls champ in the triple jump is Courtney Jost out of Gig Harbor High School. She went 38.4. And we have a winner in the triple jump, the 3A, the long jump, 3A long jump. And for the boys, and that was Cameron Braithwaite of Port Angeles, a senior. He won with a leap of 22.5. Second place was Christian Knuckles of Ephrata at 22.3, so 2 inches separate those 2 young men in the long jump.
Back out on the track, under 4 laps to go now. And it is still Marina Roberts out of Kingston leading, followed closely by Sana Holland out of Cheney. Starting to fade a little bit is Sarah Rita out of Lindbergh, and she's going to be passed here. It looks by Brittany Gappa out of Squalicum, who came in with the best time in this event. And there is Gappa that is passing Ryder right now and moving into 3rd place. Gappa, I'm sure, pacing herself in a way that she knows she's still got plenty of distance left to catch the leaders, Roberts and Holland. We're not quite halfway through this 3,200 meter race for the girls at the 2A level. They're making the final turn on the 4th lap right now. Roberts followed closely by Holland. And now Gappa out of Squalicum starting to close the gap a little bit. But again, still a long way to go. So this race is far from over at this point. So they will reach the midway point. Or check that, 3 laps to go. We're 5 laps in, 3 to go, with Roberts still in the lead and Holland right behind her.
And remember, they went 1-2 last year, but it looks like Gappa's going to make this a 3-girl race for the last couple of laps here.
Gappa, a junior out of Squalicum, again with the best time coming in at just under 11 minutes. And now it's going to be Holland pushing for the lead, and Gappa coming right up behind as well. Gappa is going to move into 2nd place. She's got an outer lane, now back into 3rd. So the threesome running pretty close together here right now in this 6th lap. So still a 3-woman race. Ryder out of Lindbergh has faded well back. So here they come around the turn, and still the 3 together as we go back to the pole vault.
That is Spencer Shear out of Hazen. But he does not clear 13.6.
Sana Holland in the lead now, as Marina Roberts has faded a little bit. Gappa out of Squalicum right behind the leader Holland as they approach the start of the 7th lap. They've completed 6 now, 2 to go, and they cross the line at about 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Holland out of Cheney is in the lead. Gappa from Squalicum right behind her, and Roberts now fading a little bit, still in 3rd place. The rest of the field is quite a ways behind. The young lady in 4th place, probably a good 40 meters behind 3rd. But Holland is hanging on to 1st place with Gappa 1 or 2 meters behind.
Holland trying to defend her title, trying to win it 2 years in a row, but she's going to have her work cut out for her with a lap and a half to go, because Brittany Gappa is right on her shoulder.
We could have an outstanding finish to this 3,200 meter race for the 2A girls.
And Roberts isn't too far out of it if she's got a kick.
That's just it. If you got something left in the tank, you got to use it. So we're coming down the home stretch of lap number 7.
Just witnessed a failed attempt from Blaine Barrett of Camas at the pole vault, but here we go for the final lap. Mike, take us home.
Okay, so it'll be Holland out of Cheney in the lead, followed closely by Gappa out of Squalicum as they cross the line and start the final lap. They cross at 9 minutes and 35 seconds. No chance of them breaking the record at this point, it appears. The record is 10 minutes and 50 seconds, set by Shannon Porter back in 2007. So, Sana Holland out of Cheney in 1st. Brittany Gappa from Squalicum is in 2nd. And now Holland putting a little distance between herself and Gappa. Let's see if she can maintain this. We still got about a half a lap to go before it's going to be over. And Holland continues to turn on the jets. She is putting even more distance between herself and Gappa. So Sana Holland asserting herself, the junior from Cheney, now with about a 10-meter lead over Brittany Gappa of Squalicum. And Holland running a very strong race, comes around the final turn, and she is very much in command. And she is, you can hear some of the cheers for her. She comes down the home stretch. Brittany Gappa of Squalicum. She pretty much just has to stay on her feet if she's to win this race, and she's going to win it by quite a margin over Brittany Gappa. So there it is, Sana Holland crossing the finish line in 10 minutes, 48 and 36 seconds, and Brittany Gappa in 2nd place. Now in 3rd, Marina Roberts has held on to that spot, and she is going to cross the line. Roberts out of Kingston High School taking 3rd place in the women's 3,200 meter run for the 2A girls. Wow, that is a long distance run, a little bit over 2 miles. And you can see the competitors congratulating each other after crossing the finish line. you know, as much as they're competitors, they're also sisters in the race that takes a special kind of training in order to be successful at. So first place once again, Sana Holland defending their championship from last year out of Cheney. Second place was Brittany Gappa out of Squalicum, and Marina Roberts, the senior from Kingston, coming in third place.
Let's round out the top 8 for you, Mike. It looked like Lauren Waite of White River came in 4th, closing fast. Emily Pittis of Seaholm, a freshman, was 5th. 6th went to Nikita Wagani of Interlake. 7th, like Sarah Ryder of Lindbergh, and those are the top 7 that I have for the 3,200 for the 2A girls.
And we'll get the entire final list here in a little while. We'll run those down for you again. But congratulations again to Sana Holland out of Cheney High School, the junior, winning the girls 3,200 meter run 2A level, doing it in a time of 10 minutes, 48.36 seconds.
While we see those girls catch their breath, we do have results from the 3A girls discus, Mike. Our champion from Stanwood, Casey Jones, threw the discus 131.10. Alex Toyena of Kentwood, second place at 130.09. Then Alexis Sarver of Arlington is third. Kelsey Forcier of South Kitsap was fourth. Sadie Nielsen of Moses Lake in fifth. Megan Nelson sixth out of Meade. Stephanie Simon of Evergreen in Vancouver seventh, and Kiana Lawrence of Spanaway Lake is first. The champion again for the girls discus for the 4A is Casey Jones out of Stanwood. We will take a break. When we come back, we have heats in the boys 4x400 meter relay.
Hi, we're Chris
and Anna Groneveld, local dairy farmers from Monroe, Washington.
The Dairy Farmers of Washington, along with Les Schwab Tires, are proud co-title sponsors of the WIAA High School State Championships.
The Washington Interscholastic Activities Association supports high school programs and activities that keep our kids growing in mind and body.
Today's high school students will be some of tomorrow's community leaders, and we feel it is important to do our part in helping foster an appreciation of community, responsibility, teamwork, and sportsmanship in today's youth.
The WIAA helps provide those opportunities through athletic, artistic, and academic competition.
Please join the Dairy Farmers of Washington and Les Schwab Tires in supporting young people in your community by attending your local high school state championships.
For a complete list of events and activities in your area, visit WIAA.com.
Just getting the award presentation there for the girls high jump that we witnessed a little bit finish up a few minutes ago. 3A girls high jump, and that was Molly Krager of Juanita, the champion at 5 foot. She cleared 5'4" to win it all. So we are now getting ready. You can see in the near turn, this is the boys 4x400 meter relay. The first of two preliminaries. It's the 2A event. So in lane 1, Mark Morris. Lane 2, Lindbergh. Lane 3 is Linden. Lane 4, North Thurston. Lane 5 is Ephrata. Lane 6 is North Kitsap. Lane 7, Stellicum. And lane 8, Deer Park. 4 trips around, 3 exchanges of the baton. They will run in their lanes for the first lap. So in this group, the fastest qualifying time or seating time is Ephrata in lane 5, 3:22.6. Ephrata in black and orange. Now those runners are set in their blocks, so we'll watch here the 2A boys prelim for the 4x400 relay. It's a fair start. Here we go. 4 trips around, 3 exchanges of that baton. Mark Morris, Lindbergh, Linden, North Thurston, Ephrata, North Kitsap, Stellicum, and Deer Park. Top 3 move on to the finals along with the next 2 fastest times. Right now, North Kitsap in lane 6 has a lead. And as they come around the turn here, Ephrata in the black and orange coming in second. So the first leg coming to a closure, they will hand over those batons, and then they stay in their lanes for one more turn. Looks like Ephrata will exchange first. North Kitsap second. Everybody stays in their lane for one more turn, and then they can break to the rail. Second lap, Ephrata out front. North Kitsap in second. Four by 400 relay, the first of 2 prelims.
Well, it's a lot different than the 4x200, isn't it, Carl? You got to have a lot more gas in the tank to get around.
And this is where it gets really tough on the legs. There's Ephrata, number 1. North Kitsap, number 2.
And these young men are running a quarter mile each one.
And the green coming up, taking second now is Linden. And here is the next exchange. Ephrata out front. Linden second, North Kitsap third. Around to the back stretch. Out in front still again the black and orange. But it's now a 4-team race as we come around that corner. Ephrata still leading, Linden in second. Here comes North Kitsap. Lindbergh is fourth in the dark blue, but taking the lead now, North Kitsap, and Linden passing Ephrata. And North Kitsap will take the baton in first for the final run. Linden second, Ephrata third. Lindbergh a distant fourth. It's going to be between these 3 teams out front now. And North Kitsap has the lead. Ephrata looks like it has a good anchor leg, quickly making up ground and going into the lead. Ephrata 1. Linden trying for second. North Kitsap fighting that runner off. Here's the far turn. This will be a great finish. Again, it's a prelim. Top 3 going to make the final. Ephrata 1, Linden 2. North Kitsap will be 3. Linden coming from the side there to see if they can take this prelim, but it's going to be Ephrata. Now 4th place is important. Lindbergh will take 4. And we'll keep an eye on the time there. 5th place went to Stellicum in that group. And those are the 2 important times.
I got an official time up of 3 minutes, 24.39 seconds. And that's for the team from Ephrata, taking first place in this heat.
Just a couple seconds off their seeding time.
Yep.
And again, they get to do this all again one more time this weekend in the finals. So that's the first of the 2 seeds, or heats we should say, with one more to come here in the 2A 4x400.
So one more heat coming up. Another 8 teams will be coming out onto the track here momentarily.
Now the 4x400 relays, the championship races, the finals are the last event on Saturday afternoon. North Kitsap had the lead through that first turn, but boy, that's a great anchor leg for Ephrata. And he's going to hold it from that point on. Linden will make a run. But again, all 3 of these teams going to make the final. Tomorrow, It's going to be the important one.
Well, that was a strong last leg for that Ephrata team. Well, what do you say we go back to the podium here and show the top finishers in the girls' 4A discus throw now. These young ladies all scoring points for their teams. Happy to see them. A lot of smiles. And also medals being posted as well. Casey Jones of Stanwood on the highest step there on the podium. She with a throw of 131 feet, 10 inches. So nice going to Casey Jones, followed by Kentwood's Alex Toiana at 130 and change. And then Alexis Sarver of Arlington placing third. So congratulations to all those young ladies for scoring points for their respective teams and looking for a better overall total as well.
So the times, Mike, there to keep an eye on in this next heat. Lindbergh came in at 3:28.74 in fourth place, and Stellican came in at 3:28.25 in fifth. Those are the times that are on the bubble. And before we get to that next relay, we can tell you at the pole vault, they're still at 13.6, and there are 4 competitors left. Lev Marcus of Nathan Hale, Burley Walker of Eastmont, Zane Irvine of West Valley, and Jay Alexander of University. That's the boys' 3A pole vault, and they're at 13.6. Those are the competitors who are still in the competition.
Up next, the second of the 2 preliminary heats for the boys' 2A 4x400 meter relay. We saw Ephrata take first in the first heat, as Carl just called it, followed by Linden and North Kitsap. Those 3 schools moving on. And now the second heat, about ready to get underway. The teams being represented: Washington, Blaine, Tumwater, White River, Squalicum, Prosser, Bellingham, and Pullman. We do have a clean start on this. A staggered race for the first lap. And then after the first baton exchange, they can move into those inside lanes and pick whatever lane they want, actually. The best time of this group belongs to Squalicum in lane number 5 at 3 minutes, 23.08 seconds. Again, 4 times around the track. So keep an eye on Squalicum. They're in lane 5. You can see the kind of striped uniform being worn by the young man. The short blonde hair here in the first lap. They'll make the first exchange here. And over in lane 8, Pullman making the first one. Now we're going to kind of even things out a little bit here as the competitors can move toward the inside of the track. White River out in front right now. Got a pretty good move coming down that far side of the track. We're in the second lap of the 4. Squalicum is in second place. So White River in the lead, followed closely by Squalicum. And that young man making a move to take over the lead for his team. So coming down the home stretch of the second lap, and this will be the next exchange being made here. Blaine in third place right now. And there you go, with Squalicum having a pretty sizable lead as they start this third lap. And boy, they are really shot out of the gun there after that last exchange. White River in second. So Squalicum showing their might here. Again, they had the best time coming into this heat. And they have a sizable lead here about halfway through the third lap. We have one more exchange to go here in the boys' 4x400 meter relay. This is the 2A level, by the way. So coming around the final turn of the third lap, Squalicum continuing to lead, followed by White River. All right, final exchange right here. Squalicum with the big lead. White River, a clean exchange as well. Got a couple of competitors for third place. So we are now completed the final exchange for all the teams. Prosser is in third right now. So Squalicum, White River, and Prosser. got a battle for third place going on right now. Looks like Blaine is taking over third place. Battling with Prosser still for third. Squalicum still in the lead, but their lead has narrowed here a little bit as White River is closing the gap as they come around the final turn. They're coming for home now. We have 4 different guys that have a shot at winning this thing for their respective teams. Squalicum still in first, White River in second, and it looks like Prosser in third place, and that's how they're going to finish, with Squalicum coming across the line at 3 minutes, 26.84 seconds. So Squalicum, the leader coming in with the best time, will win heat number 2 and move on to the final. They're followed by White River and Prosser, the top 3 spots for the second heat.
And Blaine came in 4th and Tumwater 5th. We'll keep an eye on those schools' times to see if they can top Lindbergh and Stellicum from the first heat, because those would be the 2 times on the bubble.
So that'll wrap it up for the 4x400 meter relay. Again, for the boys 2A. Still got a lot more to come in this particular event for the 3A and 4A levels, both boys and girls.
Yeah, we'll now alternate between 3,200 meter races and 4x400 relay races. So we'll get distance and then relay, distance and relay throughout the to finish up tonight's track competition.
Next up will be the girls 3,200 meter 3A. And this is a final, by the way. All the 3,200 meter races are finals here tonight. So they will be awarding medals for those particular events. We did see the girls 3,200 meter race being won by Sana Holland of Cheney a little while ago.
So you're looking at the times from that second heat, Mike. The times from the first heat are going to qualify. It was really close. Lindbergh 3:28.74 is in. Stellicum 3:29.25 in. Just missing Blaine at 3:29.61. So 4/10 of a second, less than 4/10 of a second on that relay was the difference between making the final. And Blaine is the odd team out, unfortunately, at 3:29.61. Yeah, early on in the race, we had one really rough exchange for Bellingham that we might see here coming up in the red. They were in the race, and then their runner, you see in the red, doesn't quite make the exchange. Is going to fall. Ooh. And then he hands it off. So that you lose about 10, 15 yards on that. Tough break for Bellingham.
Well, I can just feel it when a guy hits a track like that, too. Oh. Well, it looks like he's going to be all right. You can see him on the screen right now, walking out toward the center of the field here at Mount Tahoma High School. But too bad for Blaine, coming in 4th place in that second heat, but not good enough to move on to the final. But the 3 from that last heat that will move on are Squalicum, White River, and Prosser.
So our next event is going to be a distance race. It's going to be the girls' 3,200 meter run for 3A. Those girls are getting set at the starting line. 16 girls in the field. There you see Andrea Masterson of Lakeside. She's a freshman. Anna Delgadillo of Columbia River is a sophomore. She's in the yellow. Lily Engelbrecht of Bishop Blanchette High School in Seattle is a junior. In the red there for Kamiakin is Stephanie Rexis. Katie Knight has the number 5 there from North Central. Aaron Russell from Prairie High School down in Clark County. Katie Bianchini of Glacier Peak is there with the number 7 numerals. They sprint out to warm up. Also in the race, Haley Suarez of Meadowdale. Moira O'Connor-Len of Holy Names. Megan Chukka of Liberty High School. Alyssa Pudlitsky of Camas. Lindsay Tompkins of Prairie. Mackenzie Bravo of Peninsula. Michelle Fletcher of Kamiakin. Elena Smith of Nathan Hale. And Tori Zellerhoff of Decatur. And the fastest time of those girls is Bianchini of Glacier Peak at 11 minutes and 7/10 of a second. She has the fastest qualifying time. Again, this is a final. And these girls set for 8 laps and 3,200 meters. So they're set for their starting instructions. And the outside group of girls now move to the back side, and they are in the second row. That's done by seating, by the way. The girls with the fastest times get the front spots, and they'll move up to that angled line. The girls with the bottom 8 times get the second row. And again, the favorite here by about 14 seconds with her qualifying time, well, actually it's not that much, is Katie Bianchini of Glacier Peak. Andrea Masterson, the freshman out of Lakeside, has a pretty good entering time at 11:02. And so they'll get those girls up to the line. And here they come, waiting for the starter's gun and set to go. 3,200 meters, the girls' championship final race for 3A track and field.
You know, I was just looking over the record time here, Carl. It's 10 minutes, 12 seconds, or 12.33 seconds. You compare that to the 2A record, and the 3A record is close to 40 seconds, about 38 seconds better. So we're expecting a better pace in this particular race than we saw at the 2A level.
You know, and I missed a couple of times there. Actually, Katie Knight from North Central at 10:44 has the fastest time qualifying, and Lily Engelbrecht of Bishop Blanchette at 10:54 are among the favorites as well. So we'll keep an eye on those girls. And as we come around the front stretch on lap number 1, it is Katie Knight, the junior out of North Central in Spokane. She's out front. Engelbrecht from Bishop Blanchette, number 2.
Engelbrecht, by the way, is the daughter of Mark Engelbrecht. Anybody that's familiar with the Mariners, at least kind of the employee list, knows that Mark Engelbrecht has been a long-time employee of the team, works a lot with the video production over the years. He's been there a long time.
Well, then we better keep her on camera because he probably knows how to critique our work.
He might be doing it right this second, as a matter of fact. Boy, Lily Engelbrecht has a very unique stride. Boy, a very easy pace. You can see her in second place right there. She's got those long legs, and she just has got a real nice pace established for herself right now.
Yeah, these two girls out front in the 3,200 meters are both juniors, and they've opened up about a 10-yard lead on the third place runner, which is Katie Bianchini of Glacier Peak, also a junior. And then there's quite a distance back to the pack, and they're coming around on lap number 2.
I guess it kind of makes sense. Knight and Engelbrecht have the best times coming in, and they are the leaders.
So 2 laps down, 6 to go. Out front, Katie Knight, Lily Engelbrecht on her shoulder in second.
Let's give you the final standings for the boys long jump at the 2A level. These top 8 young men all earned points for their team. The one taking 10 points was Cameron Braithwaite out of Port Angeles. He was followed by Christian Nichols from Ephrata with 8 points. Taking 6 points for his team, Foster's Anthony Manago. Raheem Howard of Tyee gathered 5 points. Lane Russell of Tumwater, 4 points. And then out of Mark Morris High School, Jamie Culver, followed by Roger Benegar of East Valley Spokane and Turi Hekalia out of Sumner. All those young men gaining points for their teams in the boys long jump at the 2A level.
Well, you're getting to look at the pack there. That pack is about 30 yards behind our leaders as they come around to finish lap number 3. The race is really between these two girls, Katie Knight, North Central, and Lily Engelbrecht of Bishop Blanchette. Now, Katie Knight finished second last year as a sophomore. So she was here on this track last year and was the runner-up. 5 laps to go. And those two have stayed pretty much at that distance apart for much of this race, but Knight is beginning to get a step or two on her second place follower there. She's now increased the lead to about 3 or 4 steps. There she is on the back stretch.
This race a little over 2 miles in length, Carl. I have a tough time walking 2 miles.
Yeah. Knight starts to get herself just a little more distance as she comes around this turn.
Knight out of North Central High School, Engelbrecht from Bishop Blanchette. Bishop Blanchette located in North Seattle. North Central High School over in the Spokane area.
Yeah, they have a great boys tradition. They've won 4 straight boys team titles. The North Central Indians. Halfway done, 4 laps to go when they cross the start-stop line here. And it's still Katie Knight out in front. And there is more of the pack. Those runners are in 4th and 5th right now. 4th place Masterson of Lakeside. Field gets really strung out here in a 3,200 meter race.
It does indeed.
And to think some of these girls who are now maybe a half a lap down from our leaders probably were winning their district meets and a lot of their dual meets during the season, but now you get to the top 16 girls and you get some pretty good runners out there. And there's Katie Knight coming around the turn once again, and she's extended her lead over Lily Engelbrecht by about 7 or 8 yards now. And there's quite a bit of distance back to 3rd place, which is Katie Bianchini of Glacier Peak. Knight comes across the line now and has 2 laps to go.
Now crossing the line at just under 6.5 minutes. The meet record is 10 minutes and 12 seconds. So they got a pretty good pace going.
Yeah, they got ahead of themselves on the lap marker down there, so they have it as 3 laps to go. So I had her 1 lap ahead of schedule.
Some of the runners are probably hoping the same thing there, Carl. Yeah, North Central, like you said, a very good track program for the boys. Not only have won 3 in a row, as the defending champs, getting a good boost here from Katie Knight, who's hoping to score some points for their overall team total.
She'll try to get some points on for the girls. The boys looking for their 5th consecutive team title.
Holy Names is the girls' defending champ at the 3A level. So North, notice Holy Names does have 1 competitor in this particular race.
There's our 2nd place, actually there's our leader, Katie Knight of North Central, and she's really stretching it out now. The lead is about 30 yards over the 2nd place runner, Engelbrecht. 2 laps to go now, officially, 2 laps. There's Lily.
Yeah, you take a look at the 2 runners back to back here, you can see that Knight really seems to have a little bit more strength going on for herself right now. That's why she's been able to open the gap.
Katie Bianchini of Glacier Peak, well ahead of the rest of the pack for 3rd place. And coming up in 4th there, you'll see Andrea Masterson of Lakeside.
Just drove by Lakeside High School the other day, alma mater of Bill Gates. Got a nice campus up there, right up near the North Seattle border.
So a lap and a half to go for Knight. And she is all by herself, which I'm guessing she's used to when she's leading the state final by this much. I'm guessing that many of her dual meets, she was a lonely runner, just running against the clock. She comes down the straightaway here in front of the Mount Tahoma main grandstand, and this will be your bell lap once she gets to the line. One lap to go.
Yep, there's the bell. Doesn't have a shot at the meet record, which is under a minute left. I don't think she's going to get around the track that fast, but she has put it on a dominating performance.
We're going to have a race
today
for second place now, as Katie Piancini has now taken over second place as she passes Lily Engelbrecht. They have a lap to go.
Andrea Masterson now crossing the line and entering her final lap out of Lakeside High School.
Now a half a lap to go for our leader. Katie Knight out of North Central. She probably laps a runner here. She turns the corner and heads for home. She's going to be way under her seating time here of 10 minutes and 44 seconds. Here comes Katie. She's in the black.
That's Megan Chuka out of Liberty Issaquah that she's passing.
And here's your girls 3A 3,200 meter champion coming to the finish line. Katie Knight out of North Central. 10 minutes, 26.92. She knocked just a bunch off her best time.
Yeah, that was a
18
dominating
seconds under her best. Here comes Glacier Peak's Katie Bianchini for second. And Katie's going to get in at 10:50.
And let's see if Lily Engelbrecht can hang on to third place. She's kind of fading down the stretch, and
Masterson's coming from behind.
It's got to be close. It's got to be close.
Engelbrecht's in third. Masterson fourth. And Columbia River's Anna Delgadillo is fifth. But the big show came from Katie Knight, who came in at 10:26.92. There she is. Second place last year as a sophomore, and she's the 3,200 3A champ as a junior. And she gets to come back one more time next year.
That's a good 17 seconds better than her previous best. So she really tore it up in that race right there.
Here comes our final finisher.
Megan Chuka
out of Liberty High School. And there's your girls 3A 3,200 meters.
Well, 3A is complete now, and coming up next will be the boys 4x400 meter relay. These are the 3A level guys, and we'll be out on the track here in just a few minutes.
We have 4 competitors left in the boys pole vault. Lev Marcus of Nathan Hale, Burley Walker of Eastmont, Zane Irvine of West Valley, and Jay Alexander of University.
So still quite a few track events coming up, but as Carl just said, just the pole vault that has yet to be completed among the 7 field events. The other 6 already complete. You've seen a bunch of them up on the medal stand. And now we have the boys 2A long jump winners, point winners that are going to be awarded medals here, as you can see on your screen. Third place, already up there on the stand, Anthony Monago out of Foster. Now they're introducing Christian Nichols out of Ephrata High School in Central Washington. And now all the way from Port Angeles, there's your winner right there, Cameron Braithwaite. Long jump of 22 feet, 5.50 inches. And he earns 10 points for his team. So Cameron Braithwaite out of Port Angeles on the top step right there in first place. Coming in second was Christian Knuckles of Ephrata, and then Anthony Minago out of Foster High School. He picks up 6 points for his team's overall total. So congratulations to those young fellas right there, putting on a very good performance here at Mount Tahoma High School in Tacoma. That's where we're coming to you for this year's first of 3 days for the State of Washington Track and Field Championships. My name's Mike Brown, and joined here by none other than Carl Click, bringing you all the action here on what's turned out to be a pretty pleasant day. Mother Nature is cooperating here for the last couple of hours after a pretty dull, inclement start to today's. As far as weather is concerned, it's really cleared up nice. And as we've mentioned before, it's supposed to get better each day as we move along in this 3-day track and field event. And we will be bringing you action from the next 2 days as well. A little bit more than halfway through today's first day of activity, and still quite a bit coming out on the track. The next event being the boys 4x400 meter relay for the 3A guys. Gonna have a couple of heats for that as well. And we see the competitors coming out onto the track right now. The top 3 teams from each heat will move on, plus the next 2 best times.
So 13.6 is still the height there. They have some vaulters over that, and they're still seeing if others can clear that 13.6 mark.
Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be competing here in the first of the 2 heats for the 3A boys 4x400 meter relay. The teams are Camas, Mercer Island, Hazen, Glacier Peak, Bellevue, Hanford, North Central, and Yelm. The first leg competitors are out on the track right now. They will have the staggered start for the first lap. And they're off. We have a clean start and are underway. First of 4 laps here now. All the way around the track, once each for each of these runners. Best time coming into this particular heat is Bellevue, running in lane number 5 at 3 minutes 23.13 seconds. So Bellevue with the best time. Coming around the stretch of the first lap, and we will have our first exchange coming up here momentarily. North Central and Yelm you'll see on your screen first. Still in their respective lanes, and then after we make the first exchange, they can start moving in. So it looked like we have some pretty clean exchanges, except for Bellevue. Looks like they got a little bit held up. They dropped the baton in lane 3, and now the young man that was accepting the baton picks it up off the track, and Bellevue way back in the pack, and that's kind of a blow to them. They had the best time coming in, so a bad start for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, up front, we'll take a look. North Central and Glacier Peak going 1-2 and battling it out as they come around the stretch of the second lap of this 4x400. So here we come. Glacier Peak looking very strong as they come down the stretch here to end this second lap. We'll have our second exchange right here, and let's see how it goes. So far clean so far.
Out front, Mike.
Oh, it is Bellevue out front. Okay, I had the wrong team that dropped the baton there. My bad. So Bellevue is out front. And we got a heck of a battle going on here. We've had several leaders. Now we had a baton. Central just dropped the baton on the far side. You may have seen that. They're going to lose valuable ground. And Bellevue now very much in control of this race as they are more than halfway through the third lap. Boy, we've had a lot of changes in standings here throughout the course of this 4x400. So Bellevue in first place. So here we come for our third and final exchange, and the anchormen ready to get it underway here. Looks like Hazen that's in second place. As the bell rings to signal the final lap, and Bellevue way out in front. They're in very good shape. And Yelm appears to be in second place right now, followed by Mercer Island. So Bellevue with a sizable lead as he comes around the final turn, with Yelm and Mercer Island battling for second place. Top three will move on to the final. Now Mercer Island in a battle with Yelm. Coming down the stretch, Mercer Island taking over second place. Bellevue is going to win this heat right here. Mercer Island will finish second, and it looks like Yelm in third place, and they will automatically qualify and move on to the next round. Early on, that was Hazen that dropped the baton on the first exchange. My mistake, I said it was Bellevue, but that was Hazen. And Bellevue ends up going on to win it. And they do so in a time of 3 minutes, 23.53 seconds.
Well, we noticed there in the middle of that, I think it was the third leg, North Central dropped the baton. The runner just had it slip out of his hand. He had to go back and get it. That was North Central. They finished second last year in the relay, and they're not going to qualify for the next round. That is huge points for a team that's trying to win its fifth straight team championship.
That's right. We're going to see that drop that I thought was Bellevue at first, but it was actually Hazen. You'll see him in lane 3 right here. The young man in front couldn't grab the baton. Then he dropped it, had it fall between his legs. He stopped.
Couldn't find it.
Yep. And instead of just picking it up, he had to look for it first, and then finally picked it up, and that's why they wound up in last place. So too bad for Hazen. School out of the Renton area, and they look a little disappointed right now out there. They know they probably could have performed better and got their team off to kind of a bad start on that bad first exchange, I should say. So it'll be Bellevue, Mercer Island, and Yelm moving on. And then
we're waiting to see if Glacier Peak or Hanford has enough time to make it into the finals on time. More of the pole vaulting going on. I believe some of these kids are still warming up. They've passed some heights, so they may still be waiting for competition. Now here's the crucial drop for North Central High School. Again, one of the top relay teams in this event. And watch, running in third place right there, and he just dropped it. It flew backwards. He had to run back and get it right there in lane 1, and he lost, looks like 20, 30 yards at that point. And because of that, North Central is not going to make it into the final. That's valuable team points that the Indians will not have.
Yep, that was on the third lap, but still way too much ground to try to make up, especially when he got the leader, Bellevue, the team coming in with the best time, out in front to begin with.
There we just watched Jay Alexander of University clear the bar in the pole vault, 13.6, and he got a white flag from the official there, which means it was an official jump. So I believe we mentioned 4 competitors had cleared some heights there. There's still other competitors out there that are getting their first vaults in. A lot of times those competitors will pass a lot of heights till they get to the heights they're going to jump at. So Glacier Peak was at 338 and Hanford was at actually 328 and Hanford was at 330.
So Bellevue, Mercer Island, and Yelm all moving on, and as Carl just said, Glacier Peak in 4th place.
So here's the second heat, Mike. Auburn, Mountain View lane 1, Seattle Prep lane 2, Liberty in 3, Lakes in 4, University in 5, Linwood 6, Juanita 7, and Wilson High School in lane 8. This is the second heat in the 3A 4x400 meters, and we're off. Again, 3-turn stagger, so it will be difficult to see who is actually out in front until we get to the first exchange in the back turn. But University in lane 5 with a good start. Fastest qualifying time in this heat is Liberty of Issaquah at 3:23.32. Liberty in lane 3, the defending champs, but here comes the first exchange. And it looks like Juanita may hand the baton first. In the red in lane 7. Also Lakes in lane 4 in the orange doing fairly well. And in lane 3 in the blue is Liberty, the defending state champs in the 4x400. And now can break to the rail after they get to the back stretch now. And that is Juanita out front. Lakes in second, University in third. And we hit the home straight in this second leg. Juanita going to exchange first. Lakes will be right there. And University is third. Here's your third leg. Again, you want to finish in the top 3. You don't want to drop that baton. You just got to get 1, 2, or 3 to qualify or have one of the second best times. Juanita in the red and blue, the Rebels. The Lakes Lancers in orange and blue. A little bit of distance back to third place, which is University. And Lakes takes the lead, getting ready for the anchor leg.
Here come the big guys, the anchormen.
Lakes will exchange first, Juanita second. University has a little trouble, but they get it handed off. And now in fourth place, after a good handoff, is Liberty, the defending champs. But they have their work cut out for them if they want to get to the top 3. Lakes running away with it in the backstretch.
They are indeed. Now University taking over second place, it looks here, Carl. Passing Juanita.
Lakes way out in front. And they've got 3 runners coming in here for that second and third spots. University is second. Liberty's going to come into second now. U-High will be third. And it looks like fourth went to Linwood.
Boy, Juanita really faded in that final lap there. They were in second place when it started. I think they finished 5th.
So first place, Lakes High School. Liberty of Issaquah comes in second. Juanita third. Those are your 3 automatic qualifiers, and the Lancers celebrate a big win there. Their time 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and 88 hundredths.
Boy, Lakes really took off in that final lap.
Yeah, that's 6 seconds better than their seeding mark. So the key time here is Glacier Peak at 3:28.23. That was the 4th place time for the first heat. And that's the comparison times. As we wait for those results for the second heat of the 3A 4x400 meet, we get a look at the coaching staff at Lakes High School, congratulating their team. Joe Clark and Willis Freeman, the coaching staff at Lakes High School.
Not too
All
far.
right, here come the times now. 3:27.24 for Linwood is going to be enough to make it into the final. And Juanita at 3:27.55 will make it as well. So our qualifiers from that heat: Lakes first, Liberty second, University third, and Juanita and Linwood will make it in on times. Still action in the pole vault pit.
Oh, this young man, I hope he didn't hurt himself right there.
That is Blaine Barrett of Camas High School, and he's got a really big wrap on his left thigh there, and just looks like he can't. Kind of got the look saying, "I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to make it. Too bad."
Yeah, you don't want to hurt yourself any more than you already might be banged up. Let's give you some more official finals from some of the events that have been run previously before our next event, which will be the girls' 3,200 meter run. These are the 4A girls. They'll be coming out on the track right now, taking a couple quick warm-ups. First of all, the girls' 3,200 meter run, officially won by Sana Holland of Cheney, followed by Brittany Gappa of Squalicum and Marina Roberts of Kingston. We brought that one to you a little earlier than the official top three finalists from the 3A girls 32 meter. Katie Knight of North Central, Katie Biachini of Glacier Peak, and Lily Engelbrecht out of Bishop Blanchette High School. So those are the official top finishers. There were others that also acquired points for their respective teams. Right now we want to get you ready for the next girls 3,200 meter race. Again, the 4A girls out on the track right now. A field of 16. And they include Rachel Atwood of Auburn Riverside, Kyra Burke of Inglemore. We also have Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier as three of them. And as the gun goes off, we do have a clean start and we are underway. There is one change from the field. Elise Tello of Eisenhower High School is taken over for Lindsay Bradley of Richland. So Lindsay Bradley is out of the race. So we are in the first of 8 laps right now. Other competitors in this race, as we go back to the pole vault here momentarily. We see an attempt, and that was a good one too, as the bar is going to stay up this time.
That's clear for Blake Erickson of Bellevue over the 13.6 mark.
Good for him. Another good competitor from Bellevue High School. Let's read off some more of the competitors here in the 3,200 meter race going on right now for the girls. Sophia Kane is out on the track from Olympia. Chandler Olson of Woodinville. Eisenhower's Mayra Chavez. Brooke Kingma out of Henry Jackson. Kelsey Dunn from Redmond. Abby Atchison of Tahoma. Gig Harbor's Brenna Bellaquin. Central Kitsap's Rose Kristen. Emily Dwyer of Eastlake. Emily Tack of Puyallup. Alexandria Moore from Central Valley. And Kent Meridian's Alexia Martin. So there you have it. We just completed the first lap, first of 8 laps for the girls in the 4A level, 3,200 meter run. The record time for this particular event is 10 minutes, 5.81 seconds, held by Megan O'Reilly. She did it back in 2006. So we are underway here.
So your leader out there, Mike, is Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier. She's a sophomore, comes in with one of the best times. She's in the light blue out front. Jordan, easily one of the best high school basketball players in the state of Washington for Mount Rainier. She and her twin sister play for Mount Rainier, and that's a good basketball team, and they're just sophomores. They're going to have those two kids back for a couple more years in basketball, and she is one of the best runners in distance running here in 4A. She finished second in this event last year, and she's leading now as they come to the end of the second lap.
Right behind her, Chandler Olson of Woodinville, and Kyra Burke of Inglemore. They just completed the second of 8 laps, the leaders did. As you can see the field string across the start-finish line right now. Again, a field of 16 in the race. Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier, as Carl just said, is in the lead.
Back to the pole vault. Again, athletes trying to clear 13.6, and it's a little bit of a false start. And that looks like that's Jordan Chase of Linwood.
Still got very good weather conditions for this outdoor track meet. The first of 3 days of the state finals here at Mount Tahoma High School in Tacoma. Glad to have you on board. My name is Mike Brown, along with Carl Click on day one of the competition. Another pole vault attempt going awry right there as the girls at the 4A level come down the home stretch. And continuing to lead out there is Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier. Followed somewhat closely by Chandler Olson out of Woodinville. Still a long way to go. 5 laps left for the leaders. This is the final of 3 3,200-meter races. We've already had the 2A and 3A. And now the 4A girls out on the track right now in their 4th lap around the track. Jordan McPhee with a qualifying time of 10 minutes, 48.60 seconds. The best qualifying time belongs to Chandler Olson, who is in 2nd place. He's at 10:45.95. And those two starting to put some distance between the rest of the field, McPhee and Olson. They're coming around the final turn of the 4th lap. And they will have 4 to go after crossing the start-finish line. A long way to go in this 3,200-meter race, a little over 2 miles. So let's see where they're going to be at as they reach the halfway point of the race. They're right about 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Not much of a chance of breaking any state records this particular year. What's on the mind of these girls, first and foremost, is just winning this race right now. This is a final, by the way.
Back to the pole vault, Mike. Not quite. And that competitor is Hamilton Knoll of Liberty.
In 3rd place in the race right now among the girls, Rachel Atwood. She's out of Auburn Riverside. Then you got Kyra Burke in 4th place. The leader, Jordan McPhee, followed by Chandler Olson. McPhee from Mount Rainier, Olson from Woodinville.
And Mike, those two came in with the best times, but they're very close. Olson, 10:45.95. And Jordan McPhee, 10:48.60. So about 2.5 seconds between the two with their personal bests.
And Olson seems pretty content, just kind of staying on the heels of McPhee through these first 5 laps. So they have 3 to go as they cross the start-finish line. McPhee followed by Olson. Solidly in 3rd place right now is Rachel Atwood out of Auburn Riverside, a senior. She's far back of the leaders, but has a pretty good lead over the 4th place runner right now, Kyra Burke. Or check that. Yeah, it is Kyra Burke. So still a ways to go in this race, about 2.5 laps remaining. This isn't the last of the 3,200-meter races. It is the last one among the girls, but we still have 3 boys 3,200 races to get through yet. First things first, McPhee and Olson still 1-2 as they have been for about 3 laps now.
Here goes Jimbo Davis of Mount Si. Didn't make it at 13.6.
Down the home stretch once again, finishing up their 6th lap. Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier, followed closely by Chandler Olson of Woodinville. Setting a very strong pace and potentially setting up a pretty good sprint down the finish. 2 laps to go as they cross the start-finish line.
Well, you mentioned it. Chandler Olson content to stay right there on Jordan McPhee's shoulder. Keeps her right where she wants her. Doesn't have to break the wind as they cut through this the corner there.
Taking over 4th place now is Brenna Peliquin of Gig Harbor. She overtook a fading Kyra Burke of Inglemoor. So, not much changing up front as McPhee followed closely by Olson. They're about halfway through their 7th lap now.
It does look like Olson is running a little bit more relaxed in second place there. McPhee seems to be doing just a little bit more work.
And Olson did come in with the best time. Sometimes it's better to be in second place for a while. Some runners prefer it, or they're very comfortable there until they get near the end of the race and they start turning it on. But right now, McPhee putting a little bit more distance between herself and Olson as they come down the home stretch of the 7th lap. They're going to be entering their final lap here of this 3,200-meter race. So here we go. There is the bell. They cross the line at 9:22 with 1 lap to go. Jordan McPhee from Mount Rainier in first, a sophomore, and Chandler Olson, a junior, out of Woodinville right behind her. Still in 3rd place is Rachel Atwood out of Auburn Riverside. So the crowd's starting to get a little more vocal as they know this final lap is underway for this girls 4A 3,200-meter run. This is a final. And we'll see if Olson tries to make a move on McPhee as they come around the far turn. Still McPhee 1, Olson 2. Olson now making her move on the turn. She's drawn even with McPhee and now moves in front of her. Olson was waiting for near the end of the race. Now both runners turning it on. We're going to have a pretty good finish here down the stretch. McPhee and Olson almost side by side. Olson barely in front trying to win this race. Here it is. It is a final, and it will be Olson that will cross the finish line just in front of McPhee, although McPhee put on a final burst there at the end. I think it's going to be Olson that's going to be declared the winner, but we'll have to wait and see for the final. Here comes Atwood battling for 3rd place. Right behind her, or closing the gap, is Brenna Peliquin out of Gig Harbor, but it will be Atwood of Auburn Riverside taking 3rd place. That was quite a finish there, as we kind of were expecting, Carl, between Jordan McPhee and Chandler Olson. I think Olson will be declared the winner, although McPhee put on that little burst right at the very end.
10:33.67, so both those kids going about 15 or 16 seconds under their qualifying times. For Jordan McPhee, if indeed she finished 2nd, that's 2 years in a row that she's been the runner-up. Chandler Olson finished 5th last year, and looks like she is the 3,200-meter champion for 4A. We'll wait for official results there. It was a close finish, but it looked like Olson had it by just a tiny bit.
Final competitor in the race crossing the line now, and we'll wait and see what the official word is, but we're pretty sure that it's Chandler Olson that's going to win this race. Olson was in 2nd place for most of that race, probably the last 5 laps or so, until that final stretch when she took over on the far turn, the final turn. I had a feeling that might be happening. We're just checking out the leaderboard to see what the official word will be. There's some cheering out there. I don't think it has to do with the last race, though. There's your 2 top finishers. In the green top, Olson, and in the light blue top, McPhee. We're checking the leaderboard here, keeping an eye on it until they put the official results up.
Well, easily the best distance race we've seen so far. Those 2 kids putting on a great show.
And you can't ever be too sure because we're not at the finish line. It's a whole different angle over there, and they have to get it right. So let's wait and see what happens as we continue to wait for the final results. Coming up next, by the way, will be the boys 4A 4x400 meter relay. A couple of heats coming there. In the meantime, still waiting for the final results of the girls' 3,200 meter run, the 4A girls.
Back to the pole vault. They're at 13-9 now.
Oh,
just missing there out of West Valley High School, Zane Irvine. So as we wait results from that great 3,200, we'll take a break. Our next event coming up, the boys 4x400 meter relay for the 4A school. Stay with us. Back after this at the 2012 WIAA 2A, 3A, 4A State Track and Field Championship.
At Les Schwab, along with great prices, our tires come with the kind of protection most other places just don't give you, which includes free flat repairs, equal value replacements, pre-trip safety checks, and more for the entire life of the tire. With the other guys, well, you just never know. So why is free protection on your tires good to have?
Lifetime protection. That's our best tire value promise. Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
well, looks like Carl Olson was indeed the winner. Chandler Olson out of Woodinville. She did take first place over Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier in the girls' 3,200 meter run for the 4A level. And welcome back, folks, to our broadcast here from Mount Tahoma High School. We just completed the third and final girls' 3,200 meter run, and it was indeed Chandler Olson holding off a late push from Jordan McPhee of Mount Rainier to win that final for the girls' 3,200 meters. I'm Mike Brown along with Carl Click. Glad to have you on board here for day one of the three-day state track and field championships at Mount Tahoma High School.
Back to the pole vault, 13-9. Out of Bellevue, Blake Erickson. Sometimes you just got to lie there in that pit and take a break. Okay, here we go. Coming up for the 4x400 relay. Lane 1, Union High School. Lane 2, Woodinville. Lane 3 is Garfield. Lane 4, Skyline. Kent Meridian in Lane 5. Walla Walla in Lane 6. Gig Harbor in 7. Puyallup in Lane 8. And there we go. The boys 4x400 meter 4A preliminary, the first of two. And again, if you're just joining us now, this is a 3-turn staggered start. So we won't be able to tell you the exact leader until they get to the third turn. That's after the first exchange. But out there on the outside, in the light blue, Gig Harbor off to a good start. There's their leadoff runner. And in the green, Skyline.
Skyline
having a good
comes
run
in.
at it.
Skyline comes in with by far the best time. They're the ones to keep an eye on.
And here's the first exchange. Woodinville in lane 2 looks to have the lead. And when they get to this corner, you see those pylons. At that point, the runners can break into the inside lane. Woodinville out front. Skyline is second in a really tight race with Walla Walla. And as Mike mentioned, Skyline the best time at 3:20.78 by about 4 seconds over the rest of the field coming into this event. But it is still Woodinville in first. Skyline second. And Walla Walla third. Our second exchange. 2 laps to go. And there goes Skyline taking the lead on that second exchange. And stretching out the lead in this 4x400 relay. Skyline and Walla Walla fighting for second. Here comes Gig Harbor with a good third leg. Moving past the runner for third. Now moving into second, giving chase to Skyline. Keep an eye on that light blue jersey. Will he have any gas after he gets around this corner? Because look at him go, moving in.
Wow.
Up on Skyline. That's a great leg for Gig Harbor if he can keep it up. This is where the legs tend to tighten up when you got about 80 yards to go. Skyline will get to that final exchange first. Gig Harbor, and then Garfield has moved into third. Skyline way out in front on the anchor leg now. Remember, you want to finish in the top 3 to make the final. Garfield moves into second behind Skyline, but there's a big gap there. Skyline 1, Garfield 2, Gig Harbor 3, with a pack of runners coming up on that final leg, fighting for that automatic qualifying spot at 3rd place. Here come the Spartans around and on the home stretch. Skyline's going to be first out of this heat. And now look at the race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
That's Gig Harbor, I think. Or was that Union?
It was Union coming in for 2nd. Garfield got 3rd, and Gig Harbor was 4th. Union not even in the picture until the final straightaway, and a great anchor leg for the kids out of Clark County to finish 2nd. Garfield 3rd, and it looked like Gig Harbor, I should say, looked like it has the 4th place that we'll keep an eye on the time to see if there's an automatic qualifying or actually an additional qualifying on time.
Boy, how about Union, though? We were barely even mentioning their name until the final stretch, and they came in 2nd place. They had a great kick down the stretch in that final lap. Wow,
I think we know why that kid's running the anchor leg. We'll probably see him again in the 400 meters.
I got to tell you, though, Gig Harbor had a great 3rd leg going there. They blasted from about 5th place into 2nd and then kind of faded down the stretch. And then on the final exchange, they ended up kind of falling back into 3rd or so.
As we await the times, we'll take a look at the replay here, the finish there. Remember, 3rd place is important here because that is the automatic qualifying time.
So Union takes 2nd. There's Garfield in 3rd, and then Gig Harbor coming in 4th place. And Gig Harbor going to hope their time will be good enough, and there's a very good chance it will be, to move into the final. It all depends on what happens here in heat number 2, which is coming up momentarily.
That time to beat from Gig Harbor, 3:23.55. That was 4th place. Walla Walla was 5th at 3:25.81. So those are your bubble times for this next heat.
Let's give you the official standings for the girls 3,200 meter. This is the 4A girls. Officially, Chandler Olson of Woodinville took 1st. Mount Rainier's Jordan McPhee in 2nd. Rachel Atwood of Auburn Riverside taking 3rd. And again, that is a final. And Olson earning 10 points for Woodinville's overall team total. McPhee garnering 8 points for Mount Rainier. And then 6 points go to Auburn Riverside thanks to Rachel Atwood's 3rd place finish. There were other points gathered by the finishers, but right now we want to get you primed up for the 2nd of the 2 heats in this preliminary run for the boys. 4x400 meter relay. These are the 4A boys. In lane 1, it'll be Kentwood. South Kitsap will be in lane 2. Henry Jackson in lane 3. Occupying lane 4 will be Federal Way. Then it's Wenatchee in lane 5. Arlington in lane 6. Central Valley out of Spokane in lane 7. And Auburn Riverside in lane 8. Best time among these 8 squads belongs to Federal Way, coming in at 3 minutes, 23.25 seconds. The meet record is 3 minutes, 15.26 seconds. That was set just a couple of years ago by none other than Federal Way, who I mentioned, comes in with the best time in this heat. So we'll see if they can put some pressure on their own record while trying to win this race. So a pretty good one in the first heat, as Carl just called that for you. Right now, heat number 2, the 4A boys 4x400 meter relay. Once again, 4 times around the track, full lap for each of the runners. They stay in their respective lanes for the first full lap and then go around the entire first turn before being able to collapse down into the inside lane as they wish. So the runners are in the blocks now and ready to get underway for the 2nd preliminary heat. Arlington in lane 6 has the 2nd best time. We may have had a false start, maybe not. Let's see. Can't say for sure if anybody jumped, but we did see it happen in the very first event of this day one. It was back in the girls' 4x200 meter relay at the 2A level. Prosser got disqualified right off the top. Looks like everybody is still out there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like we got them all. So we're ready to get underway again as the runners are set to go. Keep an eye on lane 4, Federal Way, and lane 6, Arlington. So here we go. Federal Way in the blue, and Arlington in lane 6 in black and white. So we're underway. First lap, 4x400. Second of 2 heats as they come around the far turn on the first lap. Arlington looking in pretty good shape, as we would expect. They have the second best time coming in. Now we're coming down the home stretch of the first lap. Federal Way and lane number 4 in pretty good shape right now as well. So here we go on the exchange, the very first of 3. And one of the first ones to exchange is Wenatchee. Looks like we're pretty clean all the way around across the board. And we'll come around this far turn, and after they pass the pylons right about now, for the leader anyway, they can collapse down into that inside lane. And that's where they'll be for the rest of the race. So midway through the second lap, here we go. And Federal Way now taking the lead in this second lap. They are the leaders coming in. Coming down the home stretch of this first lap, it will be Federal Way making the first exchange. This is the second of the 3 exchanges as they have a pretty sizable lead. Henry Jackson, it looks like, is in second place right now. But Federal Way opening a pretty big gap on this third lap. Still a ways to go in this race. Federal Way still in the lead and holding it as well. Got a good battle going for second place. But here we go with Federal Way still very much in control. And it looks like they will be as they head into that anchor leg, the 4th and final lap coming up here. So here we go, the final exchange coming up here. Final lap about to get underway, and it will be Federal Way very much in the lead here. Some pretty good exchanges going on out there. Bellevue's got a pretty good chance of making their mark in this final lap. Looks like they're going to move into second place. Check that. I believe that was Arlington. It is still Federal Way with a sizable lead. We got a very good battle going for second place right now. And the lead has changed a couple of times, 3 times as a matter of fact. Federal Way in control. And they will easily win this heat right here. Wenatchee battling, and they're going to take second place, it looks, and coming down the stretch in third is South Kitsap. So it will be Wenatchee in second and South Kitsap in third place, with Federal Way taking first by a sizable amount. And then the big question becomes 4th and 5th, and will they be able to move on? The top 3 automatically qualify for the final. So Federal Way showing their might right there. Arlington, we expected to put up a little bit bigger of a fight, really was not mentioned too much in that race. Kind of had a tough go of it. So we'll wait for the final standings here and see what we get and who's going to get to move on. Well, Wenatchee putting on a pretty strong showing in that race right there. They came in with the 4th best time among the 8 teams, rather.
But they know they're going to run tomorrow, and that's the key when you're in these preliminaries.
So the final time of 3:19.72 seconds.
And while these guys know they're running tomorrow, the rest of the group waiting to see those 2 qualifying times after the top 3 finishers, as are we. Arlington was 4th at 3:24.60. And Jackson was 5th at 24:64. So it looks like, Mike, Gig Harbor gets in with its time of 3:23.55, and Arlington gets in with its time of 24:60. So as those 2 runners of Arlington and Jackson came down to the finish line, Arlington edged it by just 0.04 of a second, and that makes a difference. That puts them into the final tomorrow on
That's
Saturday.
all that matters, even though they may have not distinguished themselves quite as well as they had wanted to in that preliminary heat. They got into the final, and that's what counts. Because you re-rack and start all over again. Up next, the boys' 3,200-meter run, the 2A boys. First of 3 of those that will be mixed in with some of the girls' events here. So we're all done with the 4x400 meters for the boys. Back to back boys events here.
Back out to the pole vault. And this is Eastmont's Burley Walker at 14 feet. We have a couple of vaulters over 13.9. And he's over 14. Nice vault by Burley Walker of Eastmont. So he moves on. The pole vault's been going on quite a long time. Some of the vaulters are just getting into the jumping now. They passed all those earlier heights. And there is your field getting ready for the boys 3,200 meter 2A race. Let's get you those guys. Connor Johnson of Seaholm, Dade Collins of Deer Park, Travis Donan of Lindbergh, Daniel Amon of Deer Park, Patrick Gibson of Squalicum, Cody Gould of White River, Poli Baltazar of Aberdeen, Sean Eustace of Washougal, Sam Holman of Archbishop Murphy, Samuel Geiner of Interlake, Mitchell Montgomery from Cedar Crest, and Logan Orndorff of Cedar Crest, Joe Charbonneau of Bellingham, Nehemiah Barrett, Franklin Pierce, Maverick Knowles out of Mark Morris, Marcus Dixon of White River, Nolan Woodard of Deer Park, and Jeffrey Ott of Ellensburg. It looks like, as we go over the times here, Patrick Gibson of Squalicum is at 9:07 qualifying time, and that is about 15 seconds better than the closest qualifying time. So keep an eye on Patrick Gibson of Squalicum. He finished 2nd last year, and he comes in with a huge advantage. There's the gun, and we're underway. 8 laps, 3,200 meters. And this pack you're watching right now will thin out.
The meet record for this event, Carl, 9 minutes, 5.88 seconds, set in 2007 by Chris Kwiatkowski. About 5 years old.
Gibson quickly moves out in front. Let's go back to the pole vault. Well, that vaulter from Nathan Hale is Lev Marcus, and he's going to have better vaults than that.
I think so.
So the runners staying pretty close together, tightly packed here in this first lap, but we expect them to spread out. That is Patrick Gibson out front. Right on his shoulder, Marcus Dixon of White River. 1 lap down, 7 to go.
we pass along some of the final standings real quick, if we could, Carl, from the girls' triple jump, 4A girls. Courtney Jost of Gig Harbor won it. Also, Nautry Brown placing second out of Garfield. Then Curtis's Kelly Cronick came in third place. And then officially for the boys, the 4A boys, 4x400 meter relay. Federal Way was first, followed by Skyline, and then Union. Those are the top three qualifiers. Also making the final race, Wenatchee, Garfield, South Kitsap, Gig Harbor, and Arlington. So congratulations to all those teams.
Okay, coming around the turn here for their finish up the second lap. Back to the pole vault quickly. And there's a clear and a nice reaction. I believe that's West Valley's Zane Irvine. It is. And so he is the second vaulter we have seen to clear 14 feet. Irvine's over 14. And Eastmont's Walker over 14. Other vaulters still in the competition. We're done with 2 laps in the 3200. And Mike, we got a little tighter pack than we've had in some of the other distance races right now. It's still Gibson out front from Squalicum, and White River's Marcus Dixon is right there on his shoulder, but there's not a lot of distance between those top 7-8 runners.
He took the words right out of my mouth. I was expecting the field to be a little bit more strung out. It's starting to get that way now as we see 3-4 guys kind of fading back a little bit, but for the most part, you could say at least half the field is very much in this, if not more.
Easy pace being sent by those front runners. Teammates back there in 6th and 7th are the kids from Cedar Crest, Mitchell Montgomery and Logan Orndorff. 5 laps to go.
I got a pretty good pace going. Already getting through 3 laps. That was pretty quick, I thought.
Poli Baltazar is in 3rd. He's from Aberdeen. And Cody Gould of White River is in 4th. So White River has 2 of the top 4. Cedar Crest sitting right in there at 5 and 6, and it bunches up again as those bright yellow jerseys come up and close the pack on the leaders. We have 6 runners in that lead pack. Out front still, though, Patrick Gibson of Squalicum. And right on his shoulder, Marcus Dixon of White River. It'll be interesting to see if Dixon can hang in there. His seeding time into the meet is 30 seconds behind Gibson's, but he's right there with him as we're halfway through the race. Back to the pole vault. This is Columbia River's Kevin Sanderson going for 14 feet up and doesn't quite make it. Kevin's dad, Art, is his coach. Art Sanderson, a great distance runner from Washington back in the 1970s. And his son, there's Art right there in the gold and the yellow.
There he is.
He's working his son really hard, talking about the technique, when you're supposed to bend, when you're supposed to release. Look at that. That's a pole vaulting coach for you. Look at that. I love it. And that man was a distance runner. He had nothing to do with the pole vault until he became a coach. All right, here we come. Finishing up lap number 4 in the 3200 for the boys. 2A with Patrick Gibson out front, right there on his shoulder, as it has been the entire race, Marcus Dixon.
Boy, a lot of these 3,200 meter races, Carl, we've seen it down to like 2, maybe 3 at the most through 4 or 5 laps. And we got more than that.
There's another vaulter over the bar at 14.3. And that's, again, Eastmont's Burley Walker. So as far as we can tell unofficially, that is our leader in the pole vault. 4 runners in the lead pack, just a few steps back to the 5th runner. And when they get to the start-finish line, they'll have 2 laps to go. West Valley's Zane Irvine balks in that attempt. Gibson first, Dixon second. Baldassar fades down to 4th as one of the Cedar Crest runners moves up into 3rd. No, check that. I've been calling those the, well,
That's Deer Park, I think.
those are the Deer Park runners?
Deer Park runners, yeah.
Okay.
With those fluorescent, shiny, glow-in-the-dark uniforms.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. And in 3rd from Deer Park, Dade Collins. And in 4th from Deer Park, Daniel Amon. My apologies to the Deer Park fans.
Now we're really starting to see that field get stretched out, and this being a final as it is, it's going to start getting competitive here because we got just a little over 2 laps to go.
Gibson still leads. Dixon on his shoulder. And Deer Park's Dade Collins in 3rd. Those are your top 3 runners. And this is your bell lap. They've got 1 lap to go in the 3,200 meters as they cross the line.
My mistake, I said over 2 laps, just over 1 lap is what I meant. Here we go.
Gibson retains the lead. Can Dixon stay with him? Back straight on the bell lap. Collins will fade. Patrick Gibson finished 2nd in this race last year. He's got 3 steps on Dixon of White River, who seems to be struggling, but don't count him out. He's been there on the shoulder the whole way. Squalicum High School's Patrick Gibson. He's a junior. He's going to run down the front straightaway. He's got a lot left in the tank. Look at him go. State title is going to be his. Coming in at 9:01. Nice race for Dixon of White River. He is 2nd. 3rd is going to be Baldassar of Aberdeen. And falling across in 4th is Collins of Deer Park. And Amon of Deer Park is 5th.
You know, that may be a new record, if I'm not mistaken. Carl, we got 9:01.84, and the previous record, I believe, was 9:05. That's smashing the record by 4 seconds.
Patrick Gibson of Squalicum wins the state championship, and it looks like he's got a state record. There's that young man with his hands on his head there. Boy, you're tired, but boy, do you feel good when you do it like that.
That last lap, he may have had a faster last lap than he did on most of the previous laps. He really turned it on. And that breaks the previous record by just over 4 seconds. That is what you call smashing a record right there. I mean, that is a substantial improvement on a previous record set back in 2007 by Chris Kwiatkowski. So congratulations, Patrick Gibson. I also want to say something really good about Marcus Dixon. You know, he was his best time coming in was 30 seconds behind Patrick Gibson, the winner, and yet he finished 2nd in the race.
Yeah, he knocked more than 30 seconds off of his qualifying time. That's Marcus Gibson, 2nd place out of White River.
Wow, so a couple good performances right there by those 2 guys.
So now the coaches say, where's that been all year, young man? And we're not going to let you run any slower than that next year.
All I can think is he's a senior. Yeah. He's saying, this is my last shot. I'm going for it.
Great race.
So a new record set right there by Patrick Gibson out of Squalicum High School. Nice going, Patrick.
And there's your 3rd place finisher out of Aberdeen High School. That's Poli Baltazar. Still watching those vaulters as we've been going. Boy, they've been going since 4:30 today, so it's 4 hours of pole vaulting. It's a busy place. The bar's now at 14 feet and 3 inches. And the vaulter we're looking at there is Zane Irvine of West Valley. They're your competitors that just finished up that great 3,200 race.
Well, a very good race for the boys. The first of the 3 boys 3,200 meter races. Those by the 2A guys. And Patrick Gibson setting a new state record at 9 minutes, 1.84 seconds, beating the old record by a little over 4 seconds, a 5-year-old mark. So he sets a new one. And we're going to move on to a girls' relay race now. That'll be the next thing on the track. This will be the 2A girls 4x400 meter relay. We got, it looks like 3 preliminary races that are going to be run in this particular race.
So the rules here are a little bit different with these 3 prelims, Mike. The first 2 finishers in each heat move on, and then the next 2 times.
Okay.
So there's a little bit less room for error here.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, because you only get 1 shot. You got to finish in the top 2 to lock up the spot in the final. So let's take a look at the first of the 3 preliminaries. There are 5 teams in the first one. Looks like there's 6 in each of the next 2. Interlake, Blaine, Ellensburg, Pullman, and Lindbergh will be the 5 teams in the first of the 3 preliminary races. The best time among the 5 teams belongs to Blaine, up there near the Canadian border. They come in at 3 minutes, 58.70 seconds. And that would be a meet record, Carl. That is below the current meet record set a couple years ago by Seaholm, not too far from Blaine, as a matter of fact. So the record that they list here in our program is what the meet record is. Blaine set a mark lower than that.
Here comes Sanderson again at the pole vault. 14.3 is the bar. Here comes Kevin. Nope. That's the second miss we've seen. If it's his third, then that's the last, but we're not keeping accurate count from where we are here. Let's get to the relay now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. But we're doing our best here. Mike Brown along with Carl Click. We get ready for the first of 3 preliminary heats for the 2A girls 4x400 meter relay. And a little delay here on the start. I don't think we had a false start out there among the 5 teams competing in this first heat. Again, we have Interlake in lane 3. In lane 4, the top qualifying team, Blaine, at least among these 5. Then Ellensburg, Pullman, and Lindbergh. Now the runners getting set for the start. It's once around the track for each of these sprinters. And we're ready to go. There's the gun, and we do have a clean start. Blaine in lane 4, the team to keep an eye on. They have the black and orange uniforms on. Pullman getting a very good burst around that far side of the track, the far stretch. And they're going to come around the far turn as well now on the first of 4 laps. Just 5 teams in this first heat will have 6 in each of the other 2 heats. So as they come around the first turn, it is Pullman that's out in front. But again, we do have a staggered start to the race. It stays that way for a little over 1 lap. So here comes Pullman in the lead down to the start-finish line. And they will be the first ones to make the exchange. Right next to them is Ellensburg. Interlake and the other two squads, Blaine and also Pullman, making the exchange now. We've completed one full lap. After they come around this full turn and pass those small pylons, right there are the leaders passing it, they can now move into the inside lane if they wish to do so. Blaine currently in third place. They did have the best time, as I mentioned, coming in, a mark that would have set a meet record. So they got some ground to make up here. As out front we have, looks like Pullman and
It's
Lindbergh, I think. Ellensburg, there you go. Now Blaine taking over second place and starting to turn on the muscle. So here we come into the second exchange and the start of the third lap among the 5 teams out on the track. There's 3 of them, now 4, and now finally Interlake making their exchange. They're in 5th place. So the third lap is well underway. And as Carl mentioned earlier, the top 2 teams will qualify for the final. Blaine is in first place now. And we got a pretty good battle going for second. Now we have a runner tripping and falling down, dropping her baton. And the young lady running right next to her kind of slowed down to help her find it. A little bit of sportsmanship on the part of that young lady right there. Blaine will now take a huge lead after that drop baton on the part of Ellensburg, I believe it was. So coming around the stretch, the leader, Blaine, and coming down the home stretch as we close in on the final exchange and the start of the final lap.
It was Pullman that went down. It was Ellensburg that slowed down to help out.
Okay. So there's the bell lap. Final exchange being made among the teams. And here we go on the final lap. It will be Blaine way out in front in very good position to win this heat and move on to the next round. Who do you got in second place there, Carl?
That's still Ellensburg.
Ellensburg still in second place. Interlake is now taking over third. So Blaine, Ellensburg, and Interlake in that order. And the order affected by that drop baton during the third lap. So here comes the anchor gal for Blaine coming down the home stretch. They will win the heat. And now Ellensburg coming in second place and Interlake in third. Interlake was in 5th place for much of the heat. And they're going to hope that they get a good enough time to move on to the final, but it's going to be kind of tough.
So, Mike, we can't see it in our picture right now, but in the middle of the back straight, there are 2 officials who are talking about what happened when those 2 runners either ran into each other or we saw one fall. And there is an official there that keeps track of, did people stay in their correct lane? Did somebody impede somebody else? You can see the discussion going on right now. If that official raises a yellow flag, then we have some kind of inquiry or possible disqualification. It didn't seem to me that the Ellensburg runner got in the way of the Pullman runner. Somebody may have moved in, but as that discussion goes on, that could alter what happens in the next round. They can actually disqualify a team if somebody ran and impeded another squad. But I haven't seen the yellow flag raised from that official yet, and so you can see the discussion going on right now. We will get word to you if that indeed is the case. So the first place easily went to Blaine, unaffected by that. Ellensburg and Pullman were the 2 teams that collided there. You mentioned the good sportsmanship by the Ellensburg girl. That's all well and good, but I'm guessing her track coach was saying, keep running.
Yeah.
That girl can get up on her own. Ellensburg did finish second, so that little bit of sportsmanship did not cost them the space. So now you can see the discussion going on from those track officials about who was in the correct lane, who was coming from behind, and did somebody impede somebody else. That doesn't usually happen with two runners in the back straight because there's room to go around people. Oftentimes you'll see that happen at the exchange zone, but now we have three officials discussing that. And again, if they rule that there was some kind of problem, they can actually disqualify a team, and sometimes they can put another team into the final if they were impeded. But we're just speculating on what that discussion is going on right now.
And it could be a while before we get the final standings as a result of the discussion that is going on out there, as you can see on your monitor right now. So we're going to try to see if we can get another look at the drop baton and what may have led to it as well.
Keep an eye on those two runners. The Pullman girl passes the Ellensburg girl on the outside by a step or two and then gets clipped. And you said it. She just said, get up and run, and tried to help her out. The question will be, did the Ellensburg runner clip the Pullman runner? Did the Pullman runner get far enough ahead to get out of her line of running? We've not seen a flag yet, so at this point, no one's been disqualified because of that.
And they have not put any official results up on the board to this point. And as you can see on your monitor, we have one of the officials coming in to discuss what happened. And you can tell by the way he's planting his foot on that yard line on the football field that maybe he's trying to discuss what happened out there.
Yeah, again, the question would be, did the Pullman runner get far enough ahead of the Ellensburg runner before she cut in front? It was really close, and I guarantee that's what that discussion is. All right, second heat coming up. Kingston in lane 2, Tumwater lane 3, Cheney lane 4, Burlington Edison in 5, Linden in 6, and Sumner in lane 7. A lot of these teams were in the state final last year. Kingston finished 3rd, Tumwater was 4th, Cheney was 5th, Burlington Edison actually finished 2nd. They're all in this heat right now. Top 2 move on to the finals. Then we look for the next 2 fastest times. The 4x400 relay, 3-turn stagger again. So don't be fooled by those teams that are out in front until we get past the 3rd corner. In the green is Linden. In the red is Cheney. In the yellow is Burlington Edison. And in the purple on the outside is Sumner.
Cheney with the best time coming into this heat.
And looks to be the leader, but we still have another turn left in the staggered start.
Yep.
Cheney will exchange first. Obviously, they have the lead. Linden 2nd, Burlington Edison 3rd in the yellow. And those look to be the 3 teams that are going to battle it out here on the 2nd lap of this 4x400 relay.
Now they're crossing the crucial point right here where they can start collapsing into the inside lanes.
Cheney, Linden, Burlington Edison. Now my guess is the Linden and Burlington Edison teams have run against each other before from up there in the north. Cheney, of course, from just outside Spokane. And Linden closing in on Cheney as we get to the stretch of the 2nd leg. But Cheney has some gas left in the tank. Look at her go. Going to stretch it out, hand off that baton to her teammate, and let her take it for the 3rd leg. Cheney in 1st at the exchange. Linden in 2nd. Burlington Edison in that crucial 3rd spot, trying to catch up and automatically qualify. If they don't, they have to get in on time. The back runners there, Sumner, and Kingston. But there are your leaders. Linden closing in on Cheney. Kind
of a very good battle going here. And we still got the anchor leg coming up.
Yeah, we'll see if the Linden runner has enough left. She made a really good spurt on the back stretch to close the gap. Cheney's best time coming in 4:01, Linden's 4:04, and Burlington Edison making a race of it, coming in third as we get to the final exchange. Anchor legs are ready to go. It's going to be Cheney barely ahead of Linden, and Burlington Edison closing at the end. Here we go for the final lap, everybody. Remember, you want to be first or second. Third place puts you on the bubble. This is going to be a dandy.
Yeah, it's a very good race to this point. We got 3. You know, sometimes you'll have 1 with 2 and 3 battling for second, but we got 3 going for first place.
Cheney first, Linden second, Burlington Edison third. My guess is the third place time here is easily going to make it into the finals.
The way it's going, yeah.
This is a great race, but you want to make sure, the easy way to make sure you're qualified is finishing the top 2. Hitting the home stretch. Cheney, Linden, Burlington Edison. What a great race. Looks like Cheney's going to take it. The battle is for second. Linden hanging on. Burlington Edison in the yellow. Linden takes second. Burlington Edison is third, but they're all going to make it on time. That was a good relay race. Our other finishers now, Kingston comes in, Sumner comes in, and this will be Tumwater. We didn't win our heat, but we made it to the state final. We made it to the state track meet. Way to go, nice job.
And that's just it. The competition is what's the most important thing. I mean, anybody that competes in the Olympics will tell you, hey, the fact that I even got here is a big deal. Winning, sure, you want to do it, no doubt, but just to qualify at that world-class level is a big deal. And here, you're talking state class. But it will be Cheney, for sure, moving out along with Linden.
So I just saw on the scoreboard, Mike, results, and it had, from that first race that we watched that had that small collision, it was Blaine first, Ellensburg second, and Interlake's time was 4:10.13. I can tell you for a fact that Burlington Edison got inside of that in that heat. They were around there about, I think, about 4:03 or 4:04. So they're going to qualify. Again, it's the 2 winners from each heat and the next 2 fastest times. We may be here Saturday and watching those same 3 teams having a great race in the final, right?
Absolutely.
And throw Blaine in there. So
it's the final half of the last lap. See, right there we had all 3 of them still battling for first place before Cheney started pulling away.
And the great part here is this is such a great race. They carry themselves to that great time. And that's going to get all 3 of those teams easily into the final.
Now here's where Cheney really starts pulling away, and then the battle for second place takes place.
And Linden will hold on just by a tiny bit.
But Burlington Edison, as you mentioned, in very good position to move in as one of the extra teams.
If they crossed at 4:03, 4:04, that's going to be 6 or 7 seconds. Good enough. But we haven't seen our final heat. We got 1 more to go.
That's right. We still have 6 teams left trying to qualify for the final as we take a look at the boys 2A. This is a final, the 3,200-meter run. That was a very good race run by those gentlemen.
That's Patrick Gibson, who set the state record.
Yes.
And you know, the neat thing about that, Mike, was you talked about Marcus Dixon, who bettered his time by about 30 seconds. He also broke that state record by finishing second. He doesn't get credit for it because somebody was in front of him, but that was a great effort.
Well, he'll just be number 2 on the list from now on.
Yeah, well done.
All right, here we go. The third and final preliminary heat for the 2A girls 4x400-meter relay race. We have 6 teams. They'll be in lanes 2 through 7. In lane 2 is Centralia. Bellingham in lane 3. Mark Morris in lane 4. In lane 5, it's North Kitsap. Seaholm will occupy lane 6. And Ephrata out of Central Washington is in lane 7. Seaholm does own the best time of the 6 coming in, barely ahead of Bellingham. Seaholm at 4 minutes, 3.29 seconds. Just 13/100ths of a second better than Bellingham at 4:03.42. And those two schools are not too far from each other.
So the reason we have 3 heats is because there are 16 automatic qualifiers from their districts. But if a team gets to a certain time, the qualifying time, they still get in. So that's why we had the extra team. We had 17 teams. That means they have to run the 3 heats.
There you go.
It happens in a lot of these events, so get kids that make that extra time.
Just one extra team created the 3 heats rather than 2. We are underway, a clean start. And we want to keep an eye on lane 3 for sure with Bellingham, and also in lane 6 for Seaholm. Darkness starting to come upon Mount Tahoma High School now. The lights are on here in Tacoma as we near the end of day 1 competition. Still got quite a bit of action to go, but we're pretty deep into this activity. So lanes 2 through 7 being occupied as there are 6 teams running in this particular race right here. Check that, Seaholm pretty much establishing themselves early. They are in lane 6, and you can see their runner coming down first down the home stretch. Now it is a staggered start, so there is a little bit of a difference being made. Also coming down, you see Ephrata and North Kitsap. Right now it will be Seaholm making the first exchange. They are very much in control early on as we begin the second lap of this race. Centralia, the last team to make the exchange, first of 3. Seaholm very much in control of the race. They now pass the small pylons, which allows them to move into that inside lane and maybe increase that lead a little bit more. We have a good battle going for second as the other 5 teams are all pretty well close to one another. But Seaholm with a sizable lead right now in the second lap. The other team to keep track of, Bellingham. Started in lane number 3. They had the second best time among the 6 teams that are racing coming into this race. So there you see it. Seaholm in front, coming down the home stretch, ready to hand off the baton. And they will do exactly that.
Well, that was a great exchange. It's not as key in the 4x400, but they were really in perfect pace there when they handed that off.
Hey, the cleaner the better. You want every single edge you can possibly get. So Seaholm still very much in control. And still a lot to be figured out. We are in the 3rd lap of the race after the teams made their second exchange. And again, the top 2 finishers will move on to the final. And then the 3rd place finisher, got to hope they qualify with a good enough time. There will be 2 teams that don't finish in the top 2 among the 3 heats that will move on to the next round. That being the final. So Seaholm coming down the stretch here to complete the 3rd lap. And they'll make the exchange, the 3rd and final one, as you maybe hear the bell in the background indicating the final lap of this 2A girls 3rd and final heat. Seaholm up near the Canadian border, not quite as close to it as Blaine, but still up there and not too far from Bellingham. Bellingham a competitor in this race as well. So the 4x400 in its final lap here for the 2A girls and the final heat as well. Seaholm still in the lead. And Bellingham trying to close the gap, but still a ways back, and it looks like Seaholm is very much in control and going to be moving on here to the final. So it will be Seaholm coming in first place, Bellingham taking second. And coming in third place, Mark Morris. So those are your top 3, but for sure it'll be Seaholm and Bellingham moving on, and Mark Morris hoping that their time will be good enough, and there is a chance that it will be to get that second spot. We are already guessing that Burlington Edison will be one of the teams. Mark Morris's time seemed to be right around there. Interlake, who came in third in the first heat, I think quite a ways back, so I don't know if they're going to make it. But I think Burlington Edison and Mark Morris got to be feeling pretty good about their chances.
You know, we need to check mark that race. The 4x400 2A girls race. There are a lot of good teams. Remember, Blaine in the first heat ran away, and then we had those three schools neck and neck at about the 4:03 mark. Seaholm just came in at 4:03. We're going to have 5 girls teams in that race that are going to be right on each other's heels.
And, you know, those times are only about 4 seconds off of the meet record, so that could be quite a final coming up in a couple of days.
Yeah, with all those kids pushing each other around the track. Remember that one on Saturday night. Don't go anywhere. That's going to be a dandy. So we had Seaholm and Bellingham there waiting to see Mark Morris's time. Check out the scoreboard as it flips them around for us. Mark Morris was 4:09, so Mark Morris comes in ahead of Interlake. So it looks to be Mark Morris and Burlington Edison joining Blaine, Ellensburg, Cheney, Linden, Bellingham, and Seaholm in the 2A girls 4x400 meter final on Saturday. So we do have results from the pole vault, Mike. A great competition out there between two Central Wenatchee and Yakima vaulters. Burley Walker of Eastmont cleared 14.3 and wins on attempts because he was ahead of Zane Irvine of West Valley, Irvine, who also cleared 14.3. So those two kids probably competed against each other in their district regional meet, and they went 1-2 here. Walker of Eastmont, the winner in the pole vault, and Irvine of West Valley is second in the pole vault, and 14.3 was the top height.
And that wraps up all the field events for today. There were 7, and now and they were all final events as well. And they are all complete. And we are down to just 4 track events left. And the first of which will be the 3A boys 3,200 meter run.
Okay, they're off and running. We'll get everybody in here. Nathan Weitz of Shadle Park, Matt Reith of Oak Harbor, Anthony Armstrong of Kamiakin, John Rodeheffer of Oak Harbor, Joe Hardy of Seattle Prep, Brian Masterson of Lakeside, Curtis King of Peninsula, Alec Temple of Capital, Andrew Forder of Nathan Hale, Andrew Kaler of Camas, Kai Wilmot of North Central, John Fowler of Bellevue, Keenan Piper of Seattle Prep, Corey Johnson of Enumclaw, Alex Peen of Camas, and Nick Board of Peninsula. This is the 3,200 meter final for the boys 3A. The meet record is 8:55.86.
You mentioned Mark Tedder of Battlegrounds. Is that the first time we've mentioned that high school today?
No, he's coming up in the 4A, so he's 2 races away.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Looking at the wrong side of the page.
So out front is Shadle Park's Nathan Weitz. Nathan finished second last year. In the red is Anthony Armstrong of Kamiakin. He's the defending champ. Those two guys are seniors, and they went 1-2 last year. So 1 lap down, 7 to go. Keep an eye on the boys 3A 3,200 meters.
If you're into meet records, this one's been around for a long time, Carl. 1983, another guy, Carl Van Kelker, set the record of 8 minutes, 55.86 seconds. That's been around
29 years.
29 years. How about that?
Shadle Park's Nathan Weitz is the leader. Right behind him from North Central, Kai Wilmot. Those two kids are Greater Spokane League runners. They know each other pretty well. And in third, Joe Hardy of Seattle Prep. And right behind him, last year's champion, Anthony Armstrong of Kamiakin. 2 laps down.
just want to run off the official list of the qualifiers for the 2A girls 4x400. That's the meter relay. We just had the 3 heats. Cheney was the top finisher, followed by Seaholm, Blaine, Linden, then Burlington Edison, Bellingham, Ellensburg, and Mark Morris did sneak in.
But look at those times for the top 5 teams.
Wow.
4:02.6 for first place. The 5th place team, just by time, was 4:03.9. So there's barely
a
1
little more
second.
than a second. Yeah, barely more than a second.
I said, watch that race on Saturday night. I'm going to make sure I'm here for that one. All right, here they come, finishing up lap number 3 in the 3200, and it is still Nathan Weitz out front out of Shadle Park. North Central's Kai Wilmot second, Seattle Preps. Joe Hardy moves into second, and again our defending champ is in the red with the white shoulders there, Anthony Armstrong of Kamiak, and those are the top 4 runners. And we really have a pack of 5 up there. Curtis King of Peninsula High School is in that top group. This looks like a pretty good pace for these guys because they're not yet halfway through.
Yeah, they do have a pretty good pace going. The best time among the qualifiers, Joe Hardy of Seattle Prep, just under 9 minutes. He's the only one under 9 coming in. 8 minutes, 59.60 seconds.
Yeah, that's a pretty good time. He's only 4 seconds off that record. So if this group pushes, they could go after that record that's 29 years old. Weitz of Shadle Park has about a 4-step lead. But all 5 of those guys seem to have a close enough to do some damage here as we're halfway done, and the time is under 4:30. So I think that that record is in jeopardy here.
It's gonna be pushed.
Yeah,
it's gonna be pushed
if these kids push each other. Weitz in first, Hardy still in second, Wilmot third, and then fading back just a bit, last year's winner Anthony Armstrong of Kamiakin is now fallen back to 4th, and there's a little bit of distance. You know, when you see so many 3200s as we have run in the same track meet, because we've got 3 girls and 3 boys in different classifications, they all seem to have their own little story. We've had 2 kids run out and race to the finish. We've had people run away with them. We've had packs at different places, but now Weitz, with 3 laps to go, stretches it out a bit, and the question is, does he have enough of a kick? Is he strong enough in these final 3 laps? Weitz is a senior. Joe Hardy running in second, but about 10 yards back is a sophomore. Wilmot from North Central is a sophomore. And then we go back quite a distance to Anthony and King of Peninsula.
That's what's great about these events that are finals. There's just so much more on the line. I mean, they're all important, but final, that's it. This is the end of the school year for your competition. And especially if it's your only event. I mean, some guys are very athletic and compete in more than one event, but most athletes, just one event type competitors. And so this is it when it's the final.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have finals in the 110 and 100 meter hurdles and several field events, and then Saturday will be all finals. Weitz, 2 laps to go. He extends his lead over Hardy and Wilmot. And now King moves into 4th in front of Armstrong. Armstrong there in the red and white, fading a bit. He's last year's winner.
White's one of those runners that likes to wear gloves. You know, the whole rest of you is a lot of. Oh, excuse me, that was the wrong runner. You see some guys wearing the gloves though, even though their arms are all exposed and everything.
Yeah, there he
There
is.
you go.
That's King. When you get back out front, look at the high socks on Nathan White's.
Right, I noticed those too.
Those are my kind of tube socks. Shadle Park Highlander. Nathan White's his senior year. He's got a lap and about 80 yards to go to win the 3,200. That'd be nice to have in your gown for graduation as a state title on your senior year.
Sure.
1 lap to go for White's. Don't count out Hardy, though. He looks like he's picking it up in second.
Yeah, he's kind of left Wilmot behind a little bit.
Boy, all that work for the season, and you're coming around here. You got now 300 yards to go. Nobody in front of you. The crowd's cheering you on. You're just thinking, how quickly can that finish line get here? Because Hardy is closing. Don't leave this race, folks. There's 200 yards to go, and our leader, Nathan White, who's led from the beginning, is beginning to lose a step, and here comes Joe Hardy out of Seattle Prep. He's going to make it a race.
Yes, he is. Look at this. He's really closing fast. He's got to take over.
Oh, and he has so much left. He ran it just like he wanted to. He didn't extend himself too early, and he's got it all left. Can he break that record of 8:55.86?
He's got a chance.
8:51, 8:52, 8:53, 8:55.2. Unofficially, Joe Hardy just broke a 29-year-old record to take first. Weitz is second. Wilmot is third. King is fourth. And here comes Andrew Armstrong. Last year's runner-up takes fifth place. Boy, did Joe Hardy have us fooled.
Well, he did, because he was probably 20 to 25 meters behind White's for a good part of that race. And it looked like he might end up battling for second place. Then he just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and not only overtook White's, but ended up winning by a sizable margin.
Other runners finishing up.
And you called it, Carl, with 200 meters to go. You kind of were right on it right there. That's when things started to change in that final lap. And White's, you can see hands on head on your screen top right corner there.
Yeah.
He's
Hugging a teammate.
little upset with himself. But Hardy, just a sophomore. And he's got a bright future ahead of him out of Seattle Prep.
Yeah, Keenan Piper is that other Seattle Prep runner who was in the race. But look how smoothly he goes by. I mean, he's not even laboring at all. It just goes right by, checks his shoulder. I got him. And then you're not sure if he knows about the record or not. But he could have run another lap.
Oh, easy. And he kind of slowed up a little bit right before the finish line. He still gets the record, apparently. But he probably could have maybe put a little bit more of a burst on, because
where's my coach? Where's my coach?
He had something left there.
That was great to see.
So 8:55.20, that is 66/100ths better than the previous record, which, as Carl mentioned, has stood since 1983 and was held by Carl Van Kelker.
And we'll see Joe in years to come. He's just a sophomore.
Yep.
I got a feeling there's some college coaches looking at that distance runner thinking, I'm going to like him in a couple of years.
Yeah, Oregon might be knocking on his door here before you know it.
You said distance running. That's Oregon, right? All right, let's take a quick break. We still have a couple more events to come. The girls 4x400 3A, 4A relay, and also one more 3200. Don't go away. We'll be back with those after this.
Hi, we're Chris.
And Anna Groneveld, local dairy farmers from Monroe, Washington.
The Dairy Farmers of Washington, along with Les Schwab Tires, are proud co-title sponsors of the WIAA High School State Championships.
The Washington Interscholastic Activities Association supports high school programs and activities that keep our kids growing in mind and body.
Today's high school students will be some of tomorrow's community leaders, and we feel it is important to do our part in helping foster an appreciation of community, responsibility, teamwork, and sportsmanship in today's youth.
The WIAA helps provide those opportunities through athletic, artistic, and academic competition.
Please join the Dairy Farmers of Washington and Les Schwab Tires in supporting young people in your community by attending your local high school state championships.
For a complete list of events and activities in your area, visit WIAA.com.
Well, just 3 events left here on the first day of this 3-day state track meet at Mount Tahoma High School. Welcome back. I'm Mike Brown along with Carl Click, and we're coming to you from Tacoma, where we are going to begin the first of the last 3 events. This is the 3A girls 4x400 meter relay, and there are 8 teams in this preliminary heat, 3 of which will automatically qualify for the final on Saturday night. In lane 1, Capitol High School out of Olympia. Lakeside in Lake 2. Shadle Park is occupying lane 3. Glacier Peak in lane 4 as the gun goes off and we are underway. Bainbridge is in lane 5. In lane 6, it's Prairie, then North Central High School, and Camas in lane 8. So 4x400, that's 4 times around the track. 1 full lap for each of the runners. They will stay in their starting lanes because of the staggered start for just over 1 full lap. Coming into this preliminary heat, the best time has been posted by Bainbridge. They are in lane 5. So we'll keep an eye on them. They seem to have a pretty good start. Coming down the home stretch of the first lap, the first runner you see there is from North Central. Because of the staggered start, they do have some ground to make up yet. But they will be the first to make the exchange. First of 3 exchanges in this preliminary heat. Looks like things got a little goofed up for Lakeside there on their exchange. So we'll see how things go as North Central off to a very strong start, but keep an eye on Bainbridge in lane 5. They will start collapsing now after they go around that second full turn. They can all move in. Prairie also taking the lead here now. That is Prairie in the lead. Off to a very good start. We haven't mentioned Prairie too much in this day 1 of activity so far. But they're making their mark here in this first heat of the 3A girls 4x400 meter race. So there you have Prairie coming down the home stretch in the lead. Pretty sizable one, too, over 3 other runners. Make that 4 other. Now here we go with the second exchange. Looking pretty clean for the most part.
Prairie in first, Camas in second. Those 2 teams in the same league down in Southwest Washington, so they've run against each other many times.
They're pretty familiar with each other for sure. We are on the 3rd lap out of 4 here in this preliminary heat. Still a long ways to go, especially if you're out on that track. You know there's a lot of distance that has yet to be covered. There will be 1 more heat after this. So Prairie still in the lead and holding on to it for the most part as Camas tries to close. Lakeside in 3rd place now. So coming down the home stretch of the 3rd lap. We'll have 1 more exchange coming up here, and then we'll see what happens as the anchor runners are ready to get underway. So Prairie makes the exchange, now Camas, now Lakeside. And those are your top 3 as we go into the final lap.
Mike Camas was 3rd last year, Lakeside 6th.
So Prairie so far remaining very strong. They have not shown signs of weakness. Now Lakeside catching up to Camas for 2nd place. And now they're closing in on Prairie. And we got a 3-person race out there as Prairie is starting to fade. Camas and Lakeside with a good battle around the final turn now. Let's see who holds up. Prairie is not completely faded as of this point. We have a 4-team race now in the final turn. We have not seen this in any heat as of yet today, and we've had plenty of. It is Camas in front. And now a battle for 2nd place, which would be an automatic berth. And who's this?
Bainbridge.
Bainbridge coming up now in 2nd place, and looks like it's going to be Camas crossing the line first, then Bainbridge and Prairie, followed by Lakeside. 4:01.82 is the time. 4 minutes, 1 second, .82. A very good finish there, Carl. We haven't seen that many teams closing in on 1st and 2nd place combined yet today, I don't think.
You had Camas at 4:07 coming into the meet, and they dropped their time by 6 seconds.
Wow. So Camas coming in first place, running in lane number 8. So good for them. And then Bainbridge closing in and taking on second place in that final lap. They made up a lot of ground in that anchor lap right there. And we're going to check out the final half of that last lap. You see Prairie being overtaken right there by Camas and Lakeside.
The Prairie girl just does a good job of not giving up. She got passed by 2 kids and then a third, but she's going to hang in there and get her team into that third place spot where she might get Prairie in on the time. Usually when kids get passed like that, they're done. But look, she hangs in there. It's going to keep her team eligible for qualifying for the final.
And then Bainbridge on the outside among the 3 there side by side will put on a final good kick down the stretch of the final lap. Camas crossing the line, followed by Bainbridge and then Prairie and Lakeside. So Prairie hoping they will qualify, or their time will be good enough to get them into that final. Well, actually, Prairie is in, and then it would be Lakeside hoping to get in to that final.
Yeah.
So we got one more heat here for the 3A girls 4x400 meter relay, and they'll be coming out on the track here momentarily.
Still waiting to see what that time to beat is for Lakeside. Coming in that 4th spot. We'll keep an eye on that.
So after this next preliminary, we'll have 2 more events coming, one of which is a final, and that would be the 4A boys 3,200 meter run. So still another medal to be handed out before the day is up. And this is the first of 3 days, Carl. There's still a lot.
And this was really only a half day. We started at 4:30 with the running events, and we'll be out of here after about 5 hours. We're going to be here all day tomorrow. If you are thinking about coming down to Mount Tahoma, the events start. The field events starting at 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Running events at 11 o'clock. We have prelims for the boys 100, girls 100, the 800s, and the 300-meter hurdles. And then the afternoon session for running begins at 3 o'clock with 4x100 relays and many other events all day tomorrow. So here are your teams in heat number 2. Decatur lane 1, Liberty lane 2, Holy Names lane 3, Highline lane 4, Kamiakin 5, Cedro-Woolley in lane 6, Mount Zion lane 7, Kelso in lane 8. And they're off. We're ready to go. Second heat of the 3A prelims for the 4x400 relay. Best time in this group, actually really close between Kamiakin, Highline, and Holy Names. They're all under 4:03.
Well, that could produce a pretty good battle down the stretch like we just saw in that first heat.
So Highline in the yellow, making up a stagger. And again, it's a 3-turn stagger here, so we won't be able to visualize the leader until after the first exchange and that next corner. Highline out front, Kamiakin right there. Running next to them, I believe that's Mount Si and Kelso in the outside lanes. Here come your exchanges. Highline first, Kamiakin second. And looked like Cedro-Woolley in the blue did a good job exchanging there. All right, when they get to this corner, they can break for the rail. And Highline leads, but Kamiakin right there on the shoulder in second place. Cedro-Woolley is third.
We got a good pace going here, Carl.
Kamiakin takes the lead. Highline right there. Cedro-Woolley second. Or third, I should say. And that's North Central moving into third place. Remember, the top 3 qualify. Second exchange coming. Kamiakin moves the baton first. Highline right behind. North Central, and Cedro Woolley. Those are your top 4. 2 laps to go.
I'm kind of bummed Decatur's not doing better. They each one of the girls is wearing a rainbow-colored sock on their right leg, but they're in last place.
We'll get a picture of it eventually. Kamayakin continues. There it is. Look at that. There's your sock, Mike.
There you go. There you go. Right there. Great job by our camera guy.
Hey, you made the state meet. You better look good.
That's one way to stand out right there.
Okay, Kamayakin around the corner, coming to the home stretch on leg number 3. Kamayakin out front. Highline losing some ground. Cedro Woolley trying to close in for second. North Central still in the race. Kamayakin finished 4th last year. Cedro Woolley has moved into second. Highline is 3rd. That's a good race.
Yeah,
those are 2 good quarter milers there. Kamayakin in the lead. Cedro Woolley and Highline catching up. Here's our race coming around the far turn. Again, it's 1, 2, 3 into the final. Time for the next 2 teams after that. Highline has taken the lead in yellow, but will she have enough after making up that ground? Cedro Woolley bowing out. Highline first. Kamayakin not giving up. It's going to be Highline 1, Kamayakin 2, Cedro Woolley 3, and North Central is the time to beat in 4th place. Yeah, I may have missed that. Who was that?
I don't think it was North Central. It might have been Holy Names.
Yeah, I think that's right. Same uniforms. It is Holy Names. I miscalled those kids. They come in at 4th. We'll see what their time is. The winning time here, just over 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 39 hundredths.
Yeah, they had a real good pace going. That's better than the winner of the first heat. So, and still, you know, like 9 seconds off the meet record, but a very good pace they had going there. Wow, that was very, very good. We'll get the results up on the board here real soon.
So Lakeside from the first race was 4:03.40 in 4th place. Let's take a look at this race for the finish. Highline coming all the way back from 3rd.
Now look at the ground they made up on that anchor leg right there.
Sometimes when you have to run that hard to catch up in the first half of the 400 meters, you tend to not have enough in your legs afterwards, but she certainly did for Highline High School.
Well, she won't be losing that anchor spot anytime soon, I don't think.
Right kid bringing it home. Kamayakin's right there, though. They get a race again in 2 days.
Do indeed. Top 3 will qualify for the final, then we just got the bubble teams to figure out.
So we have 2 more events, 3,200 meters coming up for the boys 4A, and then the girls 4A 4x400 relay. You're looking at the times from the first heat, and again, the key times to look at are 4th and 5th. 4th was Lakeside 4:03.40. That should get them in. The question is, will Glacier Peak at 4:07.49 be enough? And pretty soon that'll flip over to the second heat and we'll know.
We'll get that figured out. And as Carl said, next up will be the 4A boys 3,200 meter run. And this is a final. So we got some young men here running for a medal. This is the final of the first day of activity. We'll have another 16 young men competing in this race.
All right, times are in for that race we just watched. Highline first, Kamiakin second, Cedro Willie third. Holy Names came in at fourth at 4:03.39, makes the final with that time, as does Lakeside from the first heat. So that's our results for that race, the 3A 4x400.
And they'll do that final on Saturday night. So right now, the 16 young gentlemen, they're going to be competing in the 4A boys 3,200 meter run. This is a final. They will be putting medals around the necks of the winners of this race. So let's see how they do. The best times coming in very close to one another. The best owned by Meade's Andrew Gardner as the gun goes off and we are underway. He's at 9 minutes, 1.77 seconds. And just 5/100ths of a second behind is Eisenhower's Santos Vargas. So those are two young guys that we're going to be keeping an eye on here in this race, which is just underway. It's 8 times around the track for these guys. We've already seen the 2A and 3A boys at this distance run, which is just over 2 miles. The 2A pack stayed a pack for quite a while, nearly halfway through the race. We'll just see how this one unfolds here. Again, Santos Vargas of Eisenhower and Andrew Gardner of Meade, the top 2 qualifying times for this year's 3,200 meter. And quite a good pack as they come down the home stretch of the first lap. So they'll cross the start-finish line, and we have 7 laps to go. Gardner, a junior from Meade High School, and Vargas, a senior from Eisenhower over in Eastern Washington. Meade High School out of Spokane. A full day of activity tomorrow and Saturday. Tomorrow could be interesting since school is in session here at Mount Tahoma High School. There's going to be a lot of people hanging around while school is in session, so it should prove to be an interesting day here in Tacoma. That's where the state meet is taking place again this year. Coming around the turn of the second lap, nobody really establishing themselves for the lead, just an early pace being set. Out in front there, you see number 8, Jacob Smith out of Wenatchee. He's a senior. He came in at a very good qualifying time as well, 9:02.19. Now he's starting to put a little distance between himself and the number 2 spot. All the field events, 7 of which were held earlier today, are complete. And just one event to be run yet after this one. And that'll be the 4A girls 4x400 meter relay. There you see the leaders on the far side of the track. They're coming around that far turn. So just a pretty good pace being set. You can see Smith out in front from Wenatchee, and then Gardner right behind him from Meade. Also, Vargas hanging near the front of the pack. He's in 3rd place. So here they come down the home stretch, finishing up lap number 2. Better check that. Lap number 3. So 5 laps to go for these young men. And a lot to be determined yet. In distance running, there's several different strategies. Some guys know the spot where they want to try to make their move. It isn't always in the last lap. Sometimes they want to blow the field away early on and maybe put a mental psych into their competition that there's no way they're going to be able to catch up. So Smith out of Wenatchee still in first. Gardner hanging a couple meters back along with Vargas.
Smith is the top finisher from last year. He finished 4th. Gardner finished 5th. The top 3 runners last year in this event were all seniors, so Smith and Gardner know each other pretty well. I'm sure that they ran together last week at the East Side District and Regional Meet.
Here we come to the halfway point. They're at about 4:33 as we have 4 laps to go now. Smith hanging on to the lead and being followed by Gardner and Vargas still. And obviously a long way to go. Let's see what, if any, type of strategies begin to be employed by these runners that are leading the way. And you know, you always got to kind of keep an eye on who's in those 4, 5, and 6 positions. In fact, right now, we see a little bit of a change in 3rd and 4th place. Vargas slipping back into 4th. We got a pack of 6 or 7. They're kind of up near the front. The rest starting to fade back a little bit. Connor McCandless out of Gonzaga Prep starting to assert himself a little bit. He's moved into 2nd place now. So we'll keep an eye on McCandless, a senior from the Spokane school. Smith does maintain the lead, though. And now Gardner has moved back into 2nd place. But McCandless is hanging right there. Vargas back in 4th place. Vargas, the top qualifier. Or check that, the number 2 qualifier coming in. Gardner barely ahead of him. So we're in lap number 6 of this 3,200-meter run, with Jacob Smith still in the lead out of Wenatchee High School. Andrew Gardner and McCandless not far behind, almost side by side in 2nd place. Coming down the home stretch of lap number 6.
3 East Side runners out top there, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, indeed.
They all ran against each other last week in the qualifying meet.
So here we go, 2 laps to go with Smith hanging on to the lead. And you just have a feeling that Gardner's going to make a move here at some point. He may wait until the final lap. McCandless on his shoulder in 3rd place. A decent pace being set. Not state record-wise as of this point. And not likely to happen. But now the top 3 guys have pretty much put quite a bit of distance between the rest of the pack, and that includes Vargas out of Eisenhower High School. He would have to have a major kick down the stretch to win this race. About a lap and a half to go. And now the top 3 very close to one another. Smith, Gardner, and McCandless in that order. And one of them is going to make a move here as we come down the home stretch and approach the start-finish line for the bell lap. You'll hear the bell go here in just a little bit. So listen for it right here. So we're just under 8 minutes into this race, and the final lap is underway. It's still Smith, Gardner, and McCandless. Smith out of Wenatchee High School, Gardner out of Meade, and McCandless out of Gonzaga Prep. Smith is hanging on to that lead. McCandless starting to fade a little bit. Gardner hanging tough with Smith. It looks like it may be between Gardner and Smith as they start into the final turn. McCandless still fading a little bit. Now Gardner making his move. He has moved into 1st place ahead of Smith. Smith trying to keep up. Starting to lose more ground, though, as Gardner is turning it on, coming around that final turn and down the home stretch. Andrew Gardner of Meade opening up a sizable lead, and he is going to win this race and take the medal in 1st place as he comes down to the finish line in just under 9 minutes ahead of Jacob Smith of Wenatchee. So give it to Andrew Gardner of Meade coming in 1st place, followed by Jacob Smith and then McCandless of Gonzaga Prep. So there's your top 3 finishers in the 4A boys 3,200 meter run.
Well, Gardner's strategy was just to hang on his shoulder the whole race. We watched him for 7.5 laps, stay right there, and then he took the kick he had left him and went around and finished off a championship race.
That's probably the most common strategy, is hang there in second, hang, and then make your move as you go into that final turn. So the final runner now coming across the finish line. 16th and final young man to compete in that last race. Won again by Andrew Gardner of Meade, finishing ahead of Jacob Smith of Wenatchee and Connor McCandless of Gonzaga Prep. And it will be Gardner taking home the medal.
Well, last year it went the other way, with Smith finishing 4th, Gardner 5th. This year, Gardner takes the win.
There's where he makes his move right here. This is going into that final full turn. Right at the start of the turn, he moved in front of Smith. Not only held onto it, but then continued to increase his lead until he was well into the final stretch. And I think he pretty much knew he had it at this point.
Well, and that's 10 points in the team category for Meade, and you know the Meade boys are always around the top of the standings, and every point you get here on day one is going to help you out at the end when you're looking for just that edge to beat out another team for the team title. So nice job by Gardner getting the first track win for Meade High School in the 4A standings.
All right, and he comes in with an unofficial final time of 8 minutes, 59.80 seconds. Not close to a state record by any means, but I think all he cares about is the fact that he is a state champion in that race.
Yep. Going to be on top of the podium.
Just one event to go here, Carl. We're getting near the end, and that's going to be the 4A girls 4x400 meter relay.
And you're looking at the leadoff runner for Central Kitsap. Going to be taking lane 1 in this prelim. We have 2 prelims with the top 3 moving on to the final on Saturday, and then the next 2 times. So this is the 4x400. You saw the Central Kitsap girls in lane 1. Kent Meridian will be in lane 2. Marysville Pilchuck will be in lane 3. Central Valley, Skyline, Union, Inglemore, and Skyview in this first group, but you're just getting the kids in the block right now.
Seeing the crowd starting to thin out as, you know, more and more competitors are finishing up their races and other competitions. It's still quite a few in attendance here, as we still got a bunch of teams that have to run here.
So the best time for this group is Skyline, 3:57.72. That's actually about 2.5 seconds better than the rest of the field. We have 2 teams in the second heat that are under 4 minutes.
Yeah, I
so
see that.
Getting ready for the start. Central Kitsap, Kent Meridian, Marysville Pilchuck, Central Valley, Skyline, Union, Inglemore, and Skyview. And they're off. In the white is Marysville Pilchuck. And again, this is a 3-turn stagger start. So it can be a little bit misleading who your actual leader is until we get to that 3rd turn.
Looking at the timing of the first day of the track meet, this race was scheduled to start at 9:15. We're at 9:27. That's just 12 minutes off the pace when you consider how many things have been going on out here.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good. They kept things pretty much right on time.
That's Union, the first around the turn. Out of the Clark County area, the Union Titans. Going to hand off first. That is not a stagger fooled lead. They are out front easily here, and they're going to exchange that baton first. They're first. Central Valley in the navy and light blue shorts now taking the lead with a good start in the second leg. And it's like Kent Meridian in third. Now they can break to the rail It is Central Valley in first, Union in second.
There's a move being made.
Union takes the lead back.
We've seen a couple 3 races with multiple lead exchanges that make it pretty interesting, you know?
Yeah, and these are just the prelims. Everybody's still in this. Union makes the turn and down the home straight. With the neon green socks, gonna hand off to the third leg. Union first, Central Valley second, Marysville-Pilchuck making a run.
Well, Marysville-Pilchuck's kind of come out of nowhere.
All the way into second place and now taking the lead. Wow. You really never know where the coaches have their best 400 runners. And a new leader out there. That's Skyline out front. They came in with the best time. They now take the lead on leg number 3. Marysville-Pilchuck has backed off just a bit. And it's Union out front again. Union 1, Skyline, Marysville-Pilchuck, and Central Valley. Union stretching it out. We'll see who has the strongest anchor leg. Union goes first. Skyline second. Marysville-Pilchuck is third, but the race is out front between Union and Skyline. The Skyline anchor leg have enough to make up that ground. It's about 10, 12 yards now. 300 meters to go. There I go, mixing my metric and my English, my yards and my meters. Union ahead in this prelim by a good distance.
I think it's the glow-in-the-dark socks that are getting it done there, Carl.
About a 2.5 second difference on these two teams out front in their qualifying times. We'll see if the Union anchor leg still has enough kick to hold off Skyline. Laboring just a bit, but now that she gets to the home stretch, she sees it. She's smiling as she comes down the home straightaway. She's going to win it for the Union Titans. Skyline going to take second. Marysville-Pilchuck in the white going to be third. And then comes the important time for our 4th and 5th place teams. Central Valley, there's Skyline finishing second. There's Marysville-Pilchuck. Here comes Central Valley in 4th. A little bit of a surprise there. Union showing its stuff.
Well, they ran a heck of a race, and I thought that third lap is what was impressive. They started it in first place, lost the lead, and then got it back.
Got it back.
And then pretty much held on to it after that point.
Yeah, it's always interesting to think where the coaches have their best 400 runners. Are they last? Are they in the middle of the race? And it looked like there in that third race that Skyline really had a good 400, and Marysville-Pilchuck both made a big run at the beginning of the lap. But at the end, Union had enough to get that lead back and then run away.
Yeah, I don't think every coach will just put their fastest runner in that anchor spot. I mean, there are different strategies based on what your competition is. So you can kind of switch it up a little bit depending on what your strategy is as a head coach.
So Central Valley will be keeping a close eye on the time because the Bears will want to be qualifying.
Let's just give you the official top 3 from the 4A boys 3,200 meter run. Andrew Gardner won it out of Meade High School. Then Wenatchee's Jacob Smith was in second. Gonzaga Prep's Connor McCandless finished third. That was the event just before this past one. And then the pole vault, our final field event to get finished up. It was Burley Walker out of Eastmont taking the medal as he vaulted 14 feet 3 inches. And then Zane Irvin of West Valley Yakima and Jay Alexander out of University. So those are the top 3 finishers in the pole vault. Congratulations to those young fellas. We now move into the final, absolute final event of the evening. It's the second of the 2 preliminary heats for the 4A girls 4x400 meter relay. And this will wrap up day one of 3-day action here at Mount Tahoma High School. In lane 1 will be Evergreen, and then they'll be followed by Walla Walla High School. Ballard, I don't think we mentioned Ballard all night, have we, Carl?
They're here tonight in the relay.
They are indeed. Moses Lake will be in lane 4 to start. Then Bellarmine Prep right here in Tacoma. Issaquah, Mount Rainier in lane 7, and Tahoma, not to be confused with Mount Tahoma High School, will be in lane 8. So those are the 4 teams that will compete in the absolute final event of the night. As we have some rain coming down now. See our camera looking up at one of the light standards. And we got a pretty good drizzle coming on down. So for the most part, Mother Nature has cooperated with day 1 of this meet. But now shedding a little rain down on the competitors as they are in the blocks getting ready for the staggered start to this final preliminary heat. Top 3 teams will qualify for the final on Saturday. And then same went for the first heat. And then, of course, the top 2 finishers outside of those 6 teams will also qualify for the 18 field. We are ready to go. There is the gun, and we are underway. In lane 5, Bellarmine Prep comes in with the best qualifying time. Right behind them, Issaquah. And both of those teams under 4 minutes for the qualifying times coming into this heat right here.
Bellarmine Prep won it all last year.
All right, so they are the defending champs. Let's see if they can kind of keep that mojo going for themselves as they try to qualify for the final on Saturday night. Pretty good race as we are underway. First of 4 laps. And the first of 3 exchanges is going to be coming up here momentarily.
That's Moses Lake in lane 4.
All right, turning it on here in the first lap. Bellarmine Prep in lane 5. A little bit behind, lane 6, Issaquah, looking pretty good. Here is the first exchange. Issaquah in the purple, they make theirs cleanly. And as Carl mentioned, Moses Lake out in front here. When they complete this full turn, they will then move into the spot where they can move into the rail or collapse into that inner lane. And that's where they can run from this point forward. Moses Lake still in the lead. So now coming into the far turn, about midway through this second lap. Good battle going on as Moses Lake hanging on to that first place spot at this point. But still a long way to go. So Moses Lake looking strong here as they come down the home stretch of the second lap. We will now have the second baton exchange among the teams. A clean one by Moses Lake. A couple other ones looking pretty slow as they came into that second exchange there. Now moving into first place, we have a new leader here.
The Bellarmine Prep
that
kids.
Is Bellarmine Prep that we've been waiting on. Yep, and boy, they are turning on the afterburners right now. Bellarmine Prep with the top time coming in and moving far out in front of Moses Lake. Let's see if Issaquah, now in third place, can move into second as they come into that far turn on the far stretch. But boy, Bellarmine Prep has really turned it on here as they began the third lap. Coming around the near turn now and into the home stretch. They're going to get into this final lap here, and here comes Issaquah now turning it on down the stretch. We might have a very good battle in this final leg between the 2 top qualifying teams, Issaquah and Bellarmine Prep. Here we go. It'll be Issaquah in the lead to start. The anchor leg is underway. Moses Lake in third place. And again, the top 3 will qualify. This is the bell lap right here. And now it's Bellarmine Prep moving back into the lead, retaking it from Issaquah. Could be a good battle down the stretch if Issaquah can hang tough. Let's see. Midway through the final lap now, Carl.
Look at the strides on that leader. They are perfect.
Boy, she has got it going there around the final turn. And coming into the final stretch, it will be Bellarmine Prep ahead of Issaquah. Now, Issaquah is thinking, well, we can qualify for the final. We don't have to kill ourselves here. But it will be Bellarmine Prep winning by a sizable margin as they come into and now will cross the finish line at 3:57.24. Issaquah will take second, and Moses Lake is in third. Those three will automatically qualify for the final. Let's try to pick up who came in fourth there, Carl.
Ballard.
There was Ballard. There you go. The Beavers hanging in there. And again, Moses Lake in third with Issaquah second behind the winner, Bellarmine Prep, in the final heat of the 4A girls 4x400 meter relay. Now we just got to wait and see which 8 teams will qualify. We saw Union win the first heat in what was a very good race, and now Bellarmine Prep, which had the second best overall time behind Skyline, winning the second heat. They will definitely be moving on.
Yeah. Might be a while before we get those times for those last couple qualifiers. The scoreboard's running through some other results for us right now as we wait for that last piece of information about who qualified. Those are boys' results from a little bit earlier.
Yep.
Yeah. So we know our qualifiers are Union, Skyline, Marysville, Pilchuck, Bellarmine Prep, Issaquah, and Moses Lake. And then we wait for the time to see if Central Valley looked like they might have gotten in, and Ballard in this last race might have gotten in. But as you can see, the scoreboard right now is still cycling through the boys' results. So tomorrow, Mike, field events in the morning session. We've got the girls pole vault, boys high jump, boys javelin, boys discus. Let's see, that's a 2A girls pole vault, 2A boys high jump, 2A boys javelin, 3A boys discus, 4A girls shot put, 4A boys triple jump, 3A girls long jump. Then we cycled through some other field events at 1 o'clock. 3A girls javelin, 2A boys pole vault, 4A boys discus, 2A boys shot put, 2A girls high jump. And then on the track, we've got prelims for the boys 100, girls 100, boys 800, girls 800, and then the 300-meter hurdles for both boys and girls. That's just the morning session, and then we get going again in the afternoon with a lot more going on.
Wow, a full day coming up tomorrow, and I think pretty much repeating itself on Saturday as well, as we'll have tons and tons of activity, and we will be carrying it for you as well.
On the WIAA network. The cool thing about Saturday is every race is a final.
And a reminder, too, folks, that if you want to order an event that you've seen here on the channel, you can just go to prepfilms.com. That's the best way to do it. Right now we look at the award stand and the 4A boys 3,200 meter run. They are announcing the top finishers.
Andrew Gardner out of Meade's going to be your winner. Jacob Smith there hops up. He's from Wenatchee was second, and here comes Andrew. Congratulations to those guys. Again, that was a 1-2-3 finish for the east side of the state. Meade first, Wenatchee second, and Gonzaga Prep third.
They took down the finishing board as far as, how they finished in that last race.
So we'll have to leave our audience hanging about those last two qualifiers.
Cliffhanger.
In the 4A girls 4x400.
Wow.
Well, Mike, it's been a good night. We'll be back again tomorrow on the WIAA network to watch live all the track and field efforts coming here from Mount Tahoma High School for the 2A, 3A, and 4A track and field championships. So for Mike Smith, Carl Click, and our whole crew here for the WIAA network, thanks for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Enjoy track and field. More of it coming.
So long for now.